Hi guys, tonight we step into a world where the air itself feels ancient, sharp, and blue with cold. Snow lies over the land in soft uneven sheets, and far away, beyond the dim glow of a small fire, great walls of ice hold the horizon like sleeping mountains. You stand near a quiet camp where hides ripple in the wind, smoke drifts low, and someone gently feeds dry twigs into the flames. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And, as always, you can let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what the local time is where you are. It is always strangely comforting to imagine all these little lights glowing across the world at night. Now dim the lights and let the cold landscape slowly come closer. You're standing roughly 20,000 years ago, during a time scientists call the last glacial maximum. That name sounds very formal, almost like something printed on a museum wall. But what it means is simple enough. Much of the northern world is locked under enormous ice sheets. Sea levels are lower. Forests are smaller in many regions. Open steppe, tundra, and wind-polished plains stretch farther than the eye can easily measure. The world is not one endless block of ice. Of course, that would be too tidy. And history is rarely tidy. There are grasslands, river valleys, sheltered slopes, patches of hardy shrubs, and warmer refuges where plants, animals, and people cling to life. But the cold is everywhere in the background. It shapes every decision. It decides where you can sleep, what you can eat, how far you can travel, and whether your fingers will still work when you need them most. You pull the hide around your shoulders and feel the rough fur brush against your neck. The air smells of smoke, frozen earth, animal fat, and damp leather. A few sparks rise from the fire, bright for a moment, then vanish into the deep evening. Somewhere beyond the camp, a herd animal snorts in the dark, perhaps reindeer, perhaps horse, perhaps something larger, moving carefully through the snow. A mainstream historical fact is that humans were already widely spread across parts of Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australia by 20,000 years ago, and different groups survived in very different environments. There was no single Ice Age lifestyle. Some people followed herds across cold plains. Some lived near coast that are now underwater. Some sheltered in caves or rock overhangs. Others built camps in open places, using whatever the land offered. You begin to understand that survival here is not one great heroic act. It is 1,000 small habits repeated every day. Keeping the fire alive, drying wet clothing, watching the sky, noticing tracks, sharing food before hunger turns sharp, listening when an elder says the river ice is not yet safe, even if it looks smooth and inviting, especially if it looks smooth and inviting. Ice Age nature, like many modern online terms and conditions, is not always your friend. The camp is quiet, but not silent. A child coughs softly inside a shelter. Someone scrapes hide with a stone tool in slow, steady strokes. Another person cracks bone to reach the rich marrow inside. You hear the dull sound, then the softer murmur of voices. No one speaks loudly. Sound travels strangely in the cold, and besides, there is no need. People here know one another's movements. They read small gestures as easily as words. Researchers continue to question exactly how small human groups managed risk during the harshest phases of the Ice Age. Did they survive mainly through wide social networks, exchanging mates, tools, stories, and food across long distances? Did they rely more on deep local knowledge of special refuge landscapes, or was it some delicate mixture of both, changing from region to region? The evidence gives clues, but never the whole evening by the fire. You look out across the land and see how enormous everything feels. The sky is wider than any roofed room. The stars are hard and bright. There is no city glow, no passing car, no warm kitchen humming in the next room. Modern life lets you forget weather for hours at a time. Here, weather sits beside you like another member of the group. It has opinions. It interrupts plans. It does not care whether you are hoping for a pleasant weekend. A gust of wind pushes smoke toward you, and your eyes water. You shift slightly, turning your face away. The fire is low but precious. Wood may not be easy to find in every Ice Age landscape. In open tundra regions, people might burn shrubs, bone, dung, also driftwood when available. Fuel is not just something you toss into flames. It is gathered, carried, protected, and remembered. A quirky, lesser-known tidbit is that Ice Age people sometimes used animal bones as fuel, especially in places where wood was scarce. Bone does not burn like a cheerful stack of dry logs, but when mixed with fat and handled carefully, it can help keep heat going. It is not exactly the cosy fireplace image from a holiday card, but it worked. And out here, working matters more than looking charming. You step closer to the shelter. Its entrance is low, partly blocked by hanging hide to keep warmth inside. You bend to look in, and the space glows amber from a small flame. The floor is lined with grasses, hides, and perhaps bits of fur. The air is warmer, heavy with human breath and smoke. It is not luxurious, not in any modern sense, but after the open wind outside, it feels almost tender. This is where the mystery begins to soften around you. How did humans survive the Ice Age? The simple answer is intelligence, tools, fire, and cooperation. But simple answers are like footprints in fresh snow. They show direction, not the whole journey. Because when you stay here a little longer, you notice survival is not just about clever inventions. It is also about patience, about noticing that one slope melts earlier than another, about remembering where birds nested last spring, about knowing which skins resist wet snow, which stones flake cleanly, which relatives can be trusted with a dangerous hunt, and which stories should be told to children before they are old enough to understand why they matter. You walk beyond the firelight for a moment, only a few steps, and the darkness deepens quickly. The camp behind you becomes a small orange circle in a huge blue-black world. Snow crunches under your feet. Your breath drifts pale in front of you. The cold touches your cheeks, then your ears, then the place between your gloves and sleeves. It finds every weakness with impressive dedication. Honestly, the Ice Age would have been very good at customer feedback. Still, people lived here, not as helpless figures shivering at the edge of extinction, but as skilled, social, observant humans. They laughed. They argued. They repaired clothing. They worried about children. They noticed beauty. They watched animals with careful eyes. They made art, music, and ornaments. They carried memories across generations. The strange thing is that the farther back you go, the more familiar people become in some ways. You do not know their names, and you cannot hear their exact words, but you know the feeling of gathering around warmth. You know the comfort of another human presence in darkness. You know the small relief of food after a long day. You know what it is to look at a difficult world and keep going anyway. So you return to the fire. The flames move gently, licking at dark fuel. A piece of hide flutters at the shelter entrance. Someone looks up as you approach, then looks back down to their work, above the camp. The stars keep their slow watch. Beyond the snow, beyond the herds, beyond the ice, the future waits in silence. And for now, you simply sit with these people at the edge of the frozen world, listening to the night breathe around you. The fire is the first thing you notice when the night deepens, not the sky although the sky is immense. Not the snow, although it glows faintly beneath the stars. Not even the distant movement of animals beyond the camp. Your eyes keep returning to the fire, because here, in this frozen world, flame is more than light. It is comfort, tool, warning, kitchen, gathering place, and small private sun. You sit close enough to feel warmth on your knees, but not so close that the smoke stings your eyes too badly. The people around you know this little dance well. Shift left when the wind turns. Lean back when sparks jump. Pull the hide tighter when the flames sink low. Someone adds a careful piece of fuel. Not too much, not too fast. Even generosity has limits when the land is cold and wood may be rare. The wider world around this camp is shaped by the last glacial maximum, when ice sheets covered huge parts of northern Europe, North America, and Asia. The climate is colder and drier in many places than it is today. Sea levels are far lower because so much water is locked in ice. Animals move through open steppe and tundra landscapes, and humans must move with knowledge, caution, and patience. There are no shops waiting beyond the ridge, no backup batteries, no cheerful little thermostat on the wall pretending you're in control. A mainstream historical fact is that early modern humans had already mastered fire long before 20,000 years ago. By this point, fire was deeply woven into daily life. It helped people cook food, stay warm, make tools, keep predators at a distance, and gather socially in ways that shaped memory and culture. You watch one person turn a stick in the coals, another holds a piece of bone near the heat, warming it before working it. Nearby, strips of meat hang where smoke can reach them. The smell is rich and heavy, a mixture of fat, ash, damp hide, and something savoury enough to make hunger rise quietly in your stomach. Smoke preservation is not perfect magic, but it can help food last longer, and in a hard season. Even a little longer matters. The flames make everything seem closer. Faces appear, then fade. Hands glow orange. Fur edges shine. The shelter poles cast long, wavering shadows across the ground. A child watches the fire with solemn attention, as if studying a creature that must be respected. And really, that is not far from the truth. Fire is useful, but it is never tame in the way people like to imagine. It will warm your hands, cook your meal, harden your wooden point, and then, given the chance, eat your shelter with absolutely no apology. Researchers continue to question exactly how fire use changed human life in the deepest past. Some argue that cooking gave humans more energy from food and supported major changes in bodies and brains. Others are more cautious, pointing out that the timing, frequency, and social meaning of early fire use varied across regions and periods. By 20,000 years ago, though, in this cold evening you are visiting, it is hard to imagine life without it. You lean closer as someone pushes ash aside with a smooth branch. Beneath the grey surface, coals glow red, quiet and alive. They are the heart of the camp. Flames can leap and vanish, but coals endure. They can be nursed through the night, buried gently under ash, carried carefully from one place to another. Starting fire from scratch is possible, but keeping fire alive is wiser when the cold is waiting. A quirky, lesser-known tidbit is that some prehistoric groups may have transported embers or fire-making materials during travel, treating flame almost like a moving companion. The evidence is difficult to pin down in many places, because fire leaves traces that time easily damages. Still, the idea feels right as you watch these careful hands. Nobody here would casually waste warmth. The night air presses in. Beyond the fire, darkness seems thick enough to touch. Somewhere, far away, a wolf or another predator calls. The sound thin and silver across the plain. No one panics. No one leaps up dramatically, because this is not that sort of story, and everyone is too tired for unnecessary theatrics. But a few faces turn toward the sound. Someone listens. Someone quietly checks a spear shaft resting nearby. Fire does not make humans invincible. It only gives them a little circle in which to think. That circle is everything. Inside it, people plan tomorrow. They repair clothing. They share food. They teach. You hear low voices, soft enough that the words blur into rhythm. Perhaps one person is explaining where tracks were seen. Perhaps another is recalling the last time the herd crossed the frozen river. Perhaps an elder is telling a story that begins with an animal, wanders through a warning, and ends with laughter from those who already know the ending. The fire changes language too, in a way. During daylight, bodies are busy. Feet travel, hands cut, scrape, carry, lift, and search. At night, around warmth, time opens differently. The group can remember together. A story can stretch. A child can ask why the moon looks bitten. Someone can answer seriously or not seriously at all. Humans have always had both kinds of answer, which is comforting and slightly dangerous. You notice how the firelight softens hardship without erasing it. A cracked hand reaches for warmth. A tired hunter closes his eyes. A woman rubs smoke into a hide, working slowly, methodically, because clothing must survive the next day's weather. Sparks rise and vanish. The snow beyond the camp reflects a faint amber glow, as though the earth itself is listening. Today, fire can feel decorative. A candle on a table, a fireplace in a hotel lobby, a little animation on a screen when you're too tired to find the real thing. But here, fire is not decoration. It is infrastructure. It is technology in its most ancient, intimate form. It asks for fuel, attention, skill, and respect. In return, it gives humans a way to live where their bare bodies could not. Scholars remain divided on how much firelight shaped Ice Age social life, but many agree that evening gatherings likely mattered. Around flames, knowledge could pass from person to person. Plans could be made. Bonds could be repaired. Songs, gestures, stories. And quiet companionship could hold a group together through seasons when isolation might be deadly. A small piece of fat drops into the coals and hisses. The smell thickens for a moment. Someone smiles faintly, almost without meaning to. It is a tiny expression, gone quickly, but you catch it. There is pleasure here. Not luxury, not ease, but pleasure. Warmth on cold skin. Food becoming softer. Light touching familiar faces. The simple relief of having reached another night. You draw your knees closer and listen. The wind moves across the open land, brushing snow over old tracks. The shelters creak softly. The fire breathes in little snaps and murmurs. Around you, Ice Age people settle into the rhythm of evening, not as museum shadows, but as living humans wrapped in fur, smoke, hunger, memory, and hope. And above them, under the mammoth sky, the flames keep rising. The wind begins to matter more as the fire settles lower. You notice it first in the way the hide walls tremble. Not wildly, not like a storm tearing through the camp, but with a steady breathing motion, in and out, as if the shelter itself is alive and trying to stay calm. The cold presses against every seam. It slips beneath edges, tests knots, searches for gaps. In this world, shelter is not simply a place to sleep. It is a decision made against the weather, and the weather is always checking the work. Before you step inside, it helps to understand the wider world around these shelters. 20,000 years ago, many human groups lived in mobile camps, moving with seasons, animals, water, fuel, and plant resources. They could not build one permanent house and expect life to come politely to the door. The landscape changed its offerings across the year. Herds shifted, rivers froze or opened, winds grew harsher on exposed plains. A good camp location might mean the difference between a difficult night and a dangerous one. A mainstream historical fact is that Ice Age humans used a variety of shelters, including caves, rock overhangs, tents made from hides, and structures built with wood, bone, stone, and other available materials. Archaeologists have found evidence in some regions of dwellings supported by mammoth bones, especially in parts of Eastern Europe, where large bones may have helped form frames or windbreaks. You bend low and enter one of the shelters. The opening is small on purpose. A large doorway would be generous to the wind, and nobody here is interested in making the wind feel welcome. Inside, the air changes. It is still cold, but less cruel. This smell of hide, smoke, dried grass, and human bodies gathers in the dimness. Your eyes adjust slowly. Firelight from outside seeps through the entrance, turning the hanging skins amber at the edges. The floor is not bare frozen ground. That would be a quick lesson in misery. Instead, it has been softened with hides, grasses, brush, perhaps moss where the landscape allows it. These layers matter. They lift sleeping bodies away from the cold earth. They trap small pockets of air. They turn a patch of ground into something almost bed-like. If you're generous with the word bed. Modern mattresses have spoiled us, and honestly, they have done a very good job. You run your hand over the inner wall. The hide feels stiff in places, greasy in others, patched where old tears have been repaired. Nothing is wasted casually. A shelter covering may have once belonged to an animal that provided meat, sinew, bone, fat, tools, clothing, and now a wall against the night. Survival here is not divided into neat categories. Food becomes clothing, bone becomes support, fat becomes fuel, skin becomes roof. Every part of the world is asked to do more than one job. Some historians suggest that Ice Age shelters were not merely practical structures, while others caution against imagining too much from scattered remains. A ring of stones, a pattern of post holes, a spread of bones, or a patch of ash can tell us that people lived in a place, but not exactly how it felt to lie there at midnight listening to snow hiss against the walls. Archaeology gives the outline. Imagination, used carefully, adds breath. You sit near the back of the shelter, where the wind is weakest. A child sleeps wrapped in fur, one hand open beside their face. Someone has placed a small tool near the wall, perhaps to keep it from being lost in the dark. A bundle of dried material rests overhead, tied to a frame. It might be kindling, spare fibre, or food kept away from damp ground and curious animals. The shelter is small, but organised. Every object has a reason for being where it is. Outside, someone adjusts a line. You hear the creak of hide tightening, then the crunch of footsteps in snow. The person works slowly, not because the task is easy, but because haste breaks things. A loose edge tonight might become a torn wall by morning. A badly placed support might collapse under snow. A shelter is not built once. It is maintained, watched, repaired, and argued with, much like a modern apartment with suspicious plumbing. A quirky, lesser-known tidbit is that some Ice Age dwellings appear to have used mammoth bones in surprisingly complex arrangements. At sites such as those known from the mammoth bone settlements of the European plain, large skulls, tusks, jaws, and long bones were arranged in ways that may have supported walls, weighed down hides, or marked the edges of living spaces. It sounds almost mythical, a house of giants, but it was also practical. If the landscape offers bones larger than furniture, People will eventually have ideas. You imagine the work behind such a structure. The weight of a mammoth bone is not a poetic detail when you have to move it. It takes planning, strength, cooperation, and probably several opinions from people standing nearby pretending they are helping. The bones must be dragged, placed, balanced, perhaps combined with wooden poles and hides. Snow may be banked around the edges for insulation. Stones may hold down coverings. Smoke must have a way out, but not so much that warmth leaves with it. This balance is delicate, too sealed, and smoke gathers until eyes sting and lungs ache, too open, and heat vanishes into the night. You notice a small smoke hole or gap near the upper part of the shelter, where dark air can escape. The people here may not speak in modern scientific terms about ventilation, insulation, or thermal efficiency, but they understand the principles through experience. Cold teaches quickly. Smoke teaches even faster. The shelter also shapes social life. Who sleeps closest to the entrance? Who stays near the warmest place? Where are children placed? Where do tools go? Where is food stored? These choices reveal relationships, duties, and habits that rarely survive in the ground. You can feel the quiet intimacy of it. Bodies close together for warmth, breath mingling, someone turning in sleep, someone waking to check the fire. Privacy is limited, but safety is shared. Researchers remain unsure how often Ice Age people reused the same camp locations across generations. Some sites suggest repeated visits, perhaps because a valley, river crossing, cave, or hunting route remained useful year after year. Other camps may have been brief, occupied for only a few days or weeks before people moved on. The land held a memory of human return, but not always in words we can easily read. You step back outside. The wind touches your face again, and the difference is immediate. The shelter behind you seems small now, almost fragile beneath the wide sky. Yet that smallness is misleading. It is a human answer to a vast problem. Not a perfect answer, not a permanent one, but enough for tonight. Around the camp, other shelters crouch low against the cold. Their shapes are rounded, sloped, practical. Snow has gathered along their bases. Smoke rises from one opening in a thin, wavering thread. The whole camp seems to nestle into the landscape, not conquering it, not exactly hiding from it, but negotiating with it. And that, perhaps, is one of the quiet secrets of Ice Age survival. Humans did not defeat the cold. They learned its habits. They built low. They patched carefully. They slept close. They chose sheltered places when they could, and invented shelter when they could not. You look once more at the trembling hide wall, glowing softly from the fire within. Beyond it, the frozen world waits. Inside it, people breathe, dream, and gather strength for morning. By morning, the cold has found every careless edge. It waits in the places where hide overlaps badly. It gathers around ankles. It settles into fingers that have slept too far from the body's warmth. When you wake, the first thing you notice is not the pale light outside, or the low murmur of voices, but the heavy comfort of fur against your skin. Clothing here is not decoration. It is shelter you carry on your body. You sit up slowly inside the dim shelter. The air smells of smoke, old leather, warm breath, and the faint sharp scent of scraped hide. Outside, someone is already moving around the fire, coaxing coals back into flame. Snow crunches beneath their feet. Inside, a woman is checking a seam in a piece of clothing, turning it close to the light, rubbing one thumb over the stitches. The motion is calm, almost sleepy, but the work matters deeply. In this Ice Age world, technology does not always look dramatic. It is easy to admire a spear point or a painted cave wall, But a well-made coat may be just as important, maybe more important on a morning like this. Stone tools help people hunt and cut. Fire helps them cook and warm themselves. But clothing allows them to walk out into the open cold and keep walking. Archaeological evidence shows that humans were using bone needles by the Upper Paleolithic, and these small tools helped people sew fitted garments from animal skins and furs. That detail may sound humble, but it changes everything. A loose hide wrapped around the shoulders can help for a while. A sewn garment can cover the body more closely, protect joints, trap warmth, and allow people to move, work, carry children, and travel in freezing conditions. You watch the needle pass through hide. It is slender, polished, and almost elegant. Someone made it with care from bone or antler, shaping the point, smoothing the surface, and piercing a tiny eye for thread. The thread may be sinew, dried and split into fine strands. It pulls tight with a faint whispering sound. Each stitch is small, patient, and necessary. There is something strangely intimate about Ice Age clothing. It holds the shape of work. It carries smoke from old fires. It remembers snow, blood, fat, rain, and sleeping bodies. It is repaired again and again, patched where the elbows wear thin, reinforced where a strap rubs, softened with fat to resist water. Nothing about it is casual. Nobody here says, "Well, I suppose I will just buy another one next week." That would be a charming fantasy. And also a very quick route to becoming extremely cold. You step outside, wrapped in layered hide. The outer surface is rough with fur, the inner side warmer and softer. Around your feet, some kind of wrapped footwear protects you from the snow. It may be stuffed with dry grass or fur for insulation. The ground is hard, and the cold rises through it like a slow warning. Good footwear is not a luxury. It is the difference between travel and misery, between hunting and turning back, between surviving and learning a painful lesson from your toes. One easily overlooked clue from Ice Age sites is the presence of hide-working tools such as scrapers, awls, and needles. These objects suggest an entire world of labour that often disappears from the grand picture. Before clothing could be worn, an animal had to be skinned, the hide had to be cleaned, stretched, scraped, softened, smoked, cut, and sewn. Fur had to be chosen for warmth, durability, and season. Sinew had to be prepared. Seams had to be placed where movement would not tear them too quickly. Researchers have not fully settled how complex Ice Age clothing styles were in different regions. Some specialists argue that people in the coldest areas likely wore tailored, layered outfits with fitted sleeves, leggings, parkas, and boots. Others are more cautious, because clothing itself rarely survives, and archaeologists must infer garments from tools, climate, art, and later comparisons. The evidence whispers rather than speaks loudly, but the whisper is persuasive on a frozen morning. You notice how people move in their clothing. A hunter bends to check a spear shaft, and the fur at his shoulders shifts but does not fall away. A child toddles near the shelter entrance, wrapped so roundly that movement becomes a small negotiation. Someone laughs softly. The child drops into the snow, more surprised than hurt, then waits to be lifted. Even in the Ice Age, dignity has always been unreliable. The textures around you are many. Smooth bone needle, greasy hide, stiff frozen edges, soft fur near the wrist, twisted sinew, smoke-dried leather. The light is pale and blue, with gold from the revived fire touching the nearest faces. A strip of hide hangs from a frame, drying slowly. Another lies across a stone, being scraped clean with steady strokes. The sound is rhythmic, almost soothing, like a rough brush against wood. Clothing also shapes identity. A necklace might rest against fur. Pigment might colour a skin. A particular trim or cut might signal group tradition, skill, age, or personal taste. It is easy to imagine Ice Age people caring only about function, but humans rarely stop at function. Even when life is hard, people decorate, they arrange, they make things beautiful, or meaningful, or simply theirs. The cold may demand practicality, but it does not erase personality. A small but fascinating detail is that some Paleolithic figurines and carvings appear to show patterns that researchers have interpreted as woven or sewn garments, belts, caps, or body coverings. Not everyone agrees on these interpretations, of course. Ancient art is wonderfully stubborn. It refuses to label itself neatly for museum visitors. Still, such images hint that clothing may have carried social meaning beyond warmth. You follow a woman as she carries a bundle of prepared skins toward a sheltered work area. She kneels near the fire where warmth keeps her fingers flexible. Cold hands are clumsy hands, and clumsy hands break needles. She selects one piece of hide, studies it, then turns it around. She knows the grain, the stretch, the weakness near an old scar. Her knowledge is not written down, but it is precise. It lives in the hands. There is calm in this work, but not ease. Every garment represents hours of labour and a chain of successful events before it. A hunt, a butchering, a drying, a scraping, a choice, a repair, a memory of what failed last winter. Perhaps someone once made a sleeve too tight and learned, very quickly, that cold weather does not reward poor design. You look out across the plain. The wind moves low over snow, lifting fine crystals into the air. In the distance, animals darken the white ground like scattered stones. To reach them, people must leave the camp. To leave the camp, they must trust what they wear. And so, before the spear, before the long walk, before the track in the snow, there is this quiet labour beside the fire. A needle passing through hide, a seam pulled tight, a boot checked, a hood adjusted around a sleeping child's face. The Ice Age was survived not only by strength, but by stitching. By the time the sun lifts fully above the pale horizon, the camp is already listening. Not with fear exactly, and not with excitement either, but with the careful attention of people whose breakfast, clothing, tools, and future warmth may depend on where animals have gone in the night. The fire still breathes behind you. The shelters crouch low under a skin of frost. A few children remain near the entrance flaps, bundled into soft shapes, watching the adults prepare to leave. You follow the hunters outward, stepping into snow that has hardened during the night. It crunches softly underfoot, a dry banda, brittle sound. Your wrapped feet sink only a little. The air is so cold that each breath feels clean at first, then sharp. Fur brushes against your cheek, somewhere nearby. A strap creaks as someone adjusts a pack. Another person checks a spear point, touching it with a thumb, not pressing hard enough to cut, only enough to know. This world is built around movement. During the Ice Age, many animals followed seasonal routes across open landscapes, searching for grass, water, shelter, and safer places to give birth. Reindeer, horses, bison, mammoths, and other large animals could provide meat, hides, fat, bone, sinew, and antler. For humans, following herds did not mean wandering randomly. It meant reading the land with patience and memory. One well-established point is that Upper Paleolithic hunter-gatherers often relied on large mammals in cold regions, though their diets varied by place and season. Animal bones found at archaeological sites show that people hunted or scavenged many species, and cut marks on bones reveal butchering with stone tools. The evidence is not a perfect diary, but it tells us that animals stood at the centre of Ice Age survival in many landscapes. You walk behind a small group as they move across the plain. They do not talk much. Words are useful, but sound carries, and silence has its own intelligence. A hunter bends near a line of tracks. You kneel too, feeling the cold push through your clothing. The prints are pressed into snow and old mud beneath it, hoof marks. Several animals, not fresh enough to steam, not old enough to ignore. The hunter studies more than the shape. He looks at depth, direction, broken crust, scattered droppings, a tuft of hair caught on low brush. The land speaks in small marks, and he reads slowly. To modern eyes, a track is often just a track. To someone living here, it is a sentence, sometimes even a paragraph. If the animal was careless enough, a small but revealing detail is that hunters may have used natural land features to guide or trap animals. Cliffs, marshy ground, narrow valleys, river crossings, and snow conditions could all matter. A hunt was not always a dramatic chase with heroic shouting. Often it was planning, patience, positioning, and knowing where frightened animals might run. Honestly, the animals had strong opinions about not becoming dinner, so humans needed more than enthusiasm. The group continues toward a low rise. From there, you can see farther across the steppe. The land rolls gently, pale and brown where wind has stripped snow from grass. Dark dots move in the distance, a herd, too far to identify at first, then slowly becoming clearer. Reindeer, perhaps, their bodies shifting like a slow current across the open ground. The hunters do not rush. Rushing wastes energy, and energy here is not something you spend casually. They crouch behind a ridge of frozen earth. One person gestures with 2 fingers, another nods. The gesture is small, almost lazy, but everyone understands. They have done this before. They have probably failed before too, which is one of history's quieter teachers. Specialists continue to disagree about how often Ice Age people hunted the largest animals directly, such as mammoths, compared with scavenging carcasses, targeting younger or weaker animals, or focusing on more predictable herds like reindeer and horse. Some sites suggest impressive large animal hunting. Others remind us that the Ice Age menu was more flexible than popular imagination allows. The truth likely changed with region, season, weapon technology, and opportunity. You feel the tension in the group, but it is controlled, not loud. The kind of tension that lives in shoulders and breath. The wind comes from the herd toward you, which is good. If the wind turned, the animals might smell the humans and drift away long before anyone moved close. The hunters wait. Waiting is part of hunting. A large part. Possibly the part nobody puts in adventure stories because it involves a great deal of being cold and trying not to sneeze. The smell of the open plain is different from camp. Less smoke, more frozen grass, animal musk, wet earth trapped under ice. You hear hooves faintly, a soft tapping and crunching as the herd feeds. One animal lifts its head. For a moment everything pauses. Even the wind seems quieter. Then it lowers its head again, and the slow movement continues. Tools matter here, but so does distance. Stone-tipped spears, throwing weapons, and later spear throwers in some regions extended human reach and force. By 20,000 years ago, people in various parts of the world used sophisticated hunting equipment made from stone, bone, antler, and wood. These were not crude objects. They were carefully made, repaired, and understood through practice. You watch as one hunter checks the binding that holds a point to the shaft. The join is wrapped tight with sinew, perhaps set with adhesive made from natural materials. If it fails at the wrong moment, a carefully planned hunt can become a cold walk home with nothing but embarrassment. And while embarrassment today might mean sending a message to the wrong group chat, Here, it can mean hunger. The group begins to shift position. They move slowly along the rise, using the land as cover. Every step is placed with care. A loose stone, a snapped twig, a sliding patch of snow could alert the herd. You notice how bodies lean forward, how eyes scan constantly, how no one looks at only the animal they want. They watch the whole group, the wind, the ground, the possible escape paths. There is no need to turn the scene into violence. What matters for this quiet journey is the knowledge behind it. The hunt is not a burst of savagery. It is ecology, memory, teamwork, hunger, and risk woven together. A successful hunt may feed many people. It may provide hides for clothing, sinew for thread, bones for tools, antler for points, fat for cooking, and fuel. A failed hunt still teaches, but teaching does not fill the stomach quite as nicely. Eventually, the hunters stop again. The herd is moving away from open ground toward a shallow dip where snow has gathered. One person points, another circles wide. You remain where you are, watching the human figures become part of the landscape, low and patient beneath the enormous sky. Behind you, far back at camp, the fire waits, clothing waits to be repaired. Children wait to hear whether meat will come home. The entire camp is connected to these tracks in the snow, and as you stand there in the cold, listening to hooves in the distance, you understand that following the moving herds is not only a search for food, it is a way of reading time itself, one footprint after another, across a world of ice and breath. While the hunters move farther across the open plain, the camp does not simply wait. That is one of the quiet misunderstandings modern people sometimes carry into the Ice Age. We imagine survival as a spear moving toward a herd, a dramatic moment beneath a huge sky, and yes, hunting matters. It matters very much. But back near the shelters, another kind of survival continues with slower steps, bent backs, careful hands, and eyes trained on details so small they might disappear beneath frost. You follow a small group away from the camp, not toward the herd, but toward a low, sheltered stretch where dark shrubs rise through the snow. The morning light is pale. It lies across the ground like thin milk. Your breath drifts in front of you. The smell of smoke fades behind you, replaced by frozen grass, dry stems, damp earth under ice, and the faint green scent of plants waiting stubbornly beneath winter. The world 20,000 years ago was not only a hunting ground. Even in cold regions, people gathered plant foods when and where they could. Roots, tubers, seeds, berries, nuts, leaves, inner bark, mushrooms, seaweed near coasts, and edible lichens or mosses in some environments could all help support life. Availability changed by region and season, and plant remains are often harder for archaeologists to find than bones, which can make ancient diets look more meat-heavy than they truly were. We know from many hunter-gatherer societies, and from traces preserved at archaeological sites, that gathering required deep ecological knowledge. People had to know what was edible, what was poisonous, what could be eaten raw, what needed soaking, roasting, pounding, or boiling, and where certain foods could be found after snow or drought. This knowledge was not a charming little hobby. It was a pantry spread across the landscape. You kneel beside someone who scrapes snow away from a cluster of stems. The ground beneath is hard, but not impossible. A digging stick, darkened by use, presses into the soil. Slowly, with effort, a root loosens. It emerges pale, twisted, and unimpressive, which is rather rude considering how important it might be. The gatherer brushes it clean, smells it, trims a rough edge, and places it into a skin bag. There is no rush. Rushing means missing things. You notice how the group moves in a loose pattern, each person scanning a slightly different area. One checks under brush. Another searches near a patch where snow has melted faster. Someone else examines old seed heads and shakes them gently into a small container. The sound is faint, a dry whisper, like tiny beads falling onto hide. A small but fascinating survival detail is that some plant foods become more accessible or even sweeter after frost. Freezing can change texture and flavour in certain roots, berries, or stored plant material. Of course, this does not mean the Ice Age offered a delightful frozen dessert menu. It means careful people learned when bitter, tough, or hidden foods might become useful. Nature occasionally helps, but usually in a very complicated way. You follow the gatherers toward a windbreak of low trees and brush. The branches are bare, dark, and stiff. Snow rests in their forks. Beneath them, protected from the worst wind, old berries cling in small wrinkled clusters. One woman picks through them patiently, choosing some, leaving others. Her fingers are quick despite the cold. She knows the plant by bark, by stem, by smell, by the memory of summer leaves no longer visible. Experts still disagree about how much plant food contributed to Ice Age diets in the coldest regions. Some argue that animal fat and protein dominated in certain northern environments, especially during deep winter. Others point out that plant foods, though less visible archaeologically, may have been more important than the bones alone suggest. The balance likely shifted with place, season, climate, and culture. The Ice Age was not one dinner table, it was many, spread across continents. You hear a soft cracking sound as someone breaks open a frozen clump of earth. A child, allowed to come along under close watch, holds a small basket or skin pouch and looks very serious about it. The child is learning, not through a formal lesson, not with a neat worksheet and a sharpened pencil, but by walking, watching, carrying, asking, being corrected, and trying again. In this way, the landscape becomes a school without walls, which sounds poetic until you remember the classroom is extremely cold. Plant gathering also provided materials beyond food. Fibres for cordage, bark for containers, resin for adhesives, wood for handles and fuel, leaves and grasses for bedding. Some plants may have helped with simple remedies, though it is difficult to know exactly how Ice Age people understood healing. A person gathering roots might also be collecting the future binding for a tool, the padding for a bed, or the dry tinder that will coax fire from a coal. You touch a bundle of dried grass tied at someone's waist. It is light, scratchy, and faintly sweet-smelling. Back at camp, it may be used for bedding, insulation, kindling, or perhaps lining footwear. There is a wonderful practicality in this world. Things are rarely just one thing. A plant is food, fibre, scent, signal, season marker, and memory. A patch of shrubs is not scenery. It is information. The gatherers pause near a small depression where snow has drifted less deeply. Someone points to tracks. Not herd tracks this time. Smaller marks, perhaps hare or fox. Everyone notices, even when gathering plants. People are reading animals. Even when walking quietly, they are mapping routes. Ice Age survival is not divided into separate jobs as neatly as modern minds might like. The same eyes that find routes may notice weather change, predator signs, usable stone, and the direction of returning birds. A gentle modern comparison comes to mind. Today, we might open a refrigerator at midnight and complain that there is nothing to eat while standing in front of 12 options. Here, nothing is casual. Food has a season, a location, a risk, a preparation method, and often a story attached to it. Hunger teaches gratitude with very little subtlety. The group begins to turn back toward camp. Their bags are not overflowing. This is not a harvest festival. It is a modest collection. hard-won and valuable. Roots, dry seeds, old berries, kindling, fibre, perhaps a few useful stems, enough to add flavour, texture, nutrients, and options, enough to matter. As you walk, the wind softens for a moment. You hear footsteps, the creak of hide clothing, the quiet clink of tools. The camp smoke appears ahead, rising in a thin grey line. Beyond it, the open plain stretches toward the hunters and the moving herds. Both forms of work are tied together. Meat may fill stomachs, but plants widen the chances of survival. You reach the fire and watch the gathered roots placed near warmth, not too close, just enough to thaw. Someone sorts seeds with a fingertip. Someone shakes snow from a bundle of grass. The small things return with the people, and the camp becomes richer by degrees. In this frozen world, survival is not always loud. Sometimes it's a root pulled from icy ground, a handful of seeds saved from the wind, and the quiet knowledge of where life hides when winter covers everything. Back at the edge of the firelight, the tools are waiting. They do not shine in the way modern tools shine. There is no polished steel, no neat plastic handle, no satisfying click from a drawer in a warm garage. These tools are quieter than that. Stone flakes lie on a hide near the fire, their edges catching pale light. A length of antler rests beside them. A bone point has been set aside for smoothing. A wooden shaft leans against a shelter wall, dark from handling and smoke. You sit near the person who works the stone. The morning has softened into a grey afternoon, and the camp has settled into its rhythm. The hunters have not yet returned. The gatherers have sorted roots and seeds near the warmth. Children drift between adults, sometimes useful, sometimes in the way, which is also a very old human tradition. Over everything hangs the faint smell of smoke, thawing earth, animal hide, and the sharp mineral scent of freshly broken flint. To understand this moment, you have to understand that Ice Age survival depended on materials as much as muscle, stone, bone, antler, wood, sinew, resin, hide, fibre, shell, pigment, and fat all had roles to play. A person who knew how to choose and shape these materials could change the possibilities of the day. A dull edge could become a cutting tool, a splinter of bone could become a needle, a branch could become a spear shaft, a lump of stone could become a whole set of sharp flakes, if struck with skill and just the right amount of confidence. One thing archaeologists can say with confidence is that Upper Paleolithic humans made highly sophisticated tools from stone, bone, antler, and organic materials. Their toolkits included blades, scrapers, berrins, points, awls, needles, and many other specialized forms. These were not random broken rocks picked up in a hurry. They were planned objects, shaped through learned techniques and repeated practice. You watch the toolmaker hold a prepared stone core in one hand and a hammerstone in the other. The core is not large, but it has been shaped carefully. Its surfaces show scars from earlier removals. The toolmaker turns it slightly, studying angles. Then comes a controlled strike. A flake leaps away with a crisp sound, landing on the hide. It is thin, sharp, and dangerous in a very useful way. The sound is gentle but precise. Tap, pause, turn, tap again. Each movement contains judgment. Too hard, and the stone may shatter badly. Too soft, and nothing useful happens. The toolmaker is reading the stone through touch and sight, noticing ridges, curves, flaws, and hidden tensions. It's not so different from a musician knowing where to place a finger, or a cook knowing when dough feels right. Except here, if you make too many mistakes, your knife supply becomes a sad little pile of gravel. A detail that rarely makes it into popular retellings is how much of Ice Age technology depended on maintenance. A tool was not simply made and then admired. Edges dulled, points broke, scrapers needed retouching, handles cracked, bindings loosened. A great deal of daily life involved repairing, resharpening, rehafting, and reusing objects until they could serve no longer. The past was not disposable. It could not afford to be. Beside the stoneworker, another person uses a flake to scrape hide. The edge moves steadily, lifting thin curls of tissue from the skin. Nearby, a beron-like tool cuts or grooves bone. A child watches with intense focus, holding a broken flake that has already been made safe enough for practice. The adult notices, corrects the angle of the child's wrist, then returns to work. Teaching happens in fragments, tucked between tasks. The surviving traces leave room for disagreement about how knowledge of toolmaking spread between groups. Some researchers see shared styles across wide regions as signs of contact, exchange, or common traditions. Others warn that similar needs can lead to similar solutions. Even without direct connection, a sharp edge is useful in many places, after all. The evidence hints at networks of skill and memory, but it does not draw a clean map for us. You pick up a finished scraper and feel its weight. It fits the hand more comfortably than you expected. The working edge is steep and strong, made for scraping hides or wood rather than slicing meat. Another flake nearby is thin and razor-sharp, better for cutting. This is the quiet intelligence of a toolkit. Different shapes for different tasks. Not one magical tool that does everything, which is usually how people end up owning a drawer full of disappointing gadgets. The camp's tool area has its own texture. Small flakes sparkle in the dirt and snow. Bone dust clings to a patch of hide. Antler shavings curl like pale straw. A container of resin or adhesive sits near warmth so it can soften. Sinew fibres lie twisted and ready. The air's full of small sounds, scraping, tapping, rubbing, the occasional crack of bone, the soft murmur of people speaking without urgency. You notice a spear point being fitted to a shaft. The point may be stone, bone, or antler, depending on the place and tradition. The maker checks the groove, adjusts the angle, then wraps sinew tightly around the join. Perhaps adhesive helps hold it. The binding must be strong but not clumsy. A weapon is not only its sharp end, it is balance, flex, grip, weight, and trust. Evidence from Ice Age sites also shows that raw materials sometimes travelled long distances. Certain stones appear far from their natural sources, suggesting that people moved widely, exchanged materials, or maintained contact with other groups. This matters because a tool is not only an object, it can be a clue to relationships. A piece of flint may carry the memory of a distant valley. A shell bead may speak of a coast no one in the camp has seen for months, or perhaps ever. You look at the stone flakes again. Some are waste from making tools, some are tools themselves. Archaeologists call the leftovers debitage, which is a wonderfully formal word for ancient chips and scraps. But these scraps are valuable. They show how a person worked, where they sat, what material they used, and sometimes whether they were experienced or learning. Even mistakes can survive for 20,000 years, which is either comforting or mildly alarming. The fire pops softly. Someone warms their hands, then returns to shaping bone. Another person tests a cord by pulling it between both fists. The camp is not waiting passively for the hunters. It is preparing the next day, and the day after that. Tools make future action possible. They are stored time, stored knowledge, stored patience. You begin to see that Ice Age technology is not primitive in the way people sometimes lazily imagine. It is intimate, local, adaptable, and elegant. It grows from the materials at hand and from generations of trial and memory. Every edge has a purpose. Every repair carries a lesson. Every small object near the fire is part of a larger web of survival. As evening slowly gathers again, the toolmaker sets down the core. Several fresh blades lie beside it, pale and sharp in the low light. One will cut meat, one may shape wood, one may be carried far from this camp and lost in snow, only to be found thousands of years later by someone kneeling in another kind of cold, trying to understand. For now, it is simply useful. You sit beside the fire, listening to the steady scrape of stone against hide, and the ancient world feels less distant. Not because it is easy to understand, but because the hands are so familiar. Hands making, hands repairing, hands preparing for tomorrow. Near the edge of the camp, the children are awake before some of the adults would prefer. This, too, feels familiar. The world may be frozen, the shelters may be made of hide and bone, and the nearest warm bakery is about 20,000 years away. But children still rise with their own mysterious energy. They move in small bundled shapes between the shelters, their fur wrappings making them look like very serious little animals. One carries a stick. Another drags a strip of hide through the snow until an older person gently redirects it. Because apparently even in the Ice Age, someone has to say, "Please do not ruin that." You follow them at a slow distance, keeping close enough to watch, far enough not to disturb. The morning is pale and quiet. Smoke rises from the fire in a thin column before the wind bends it sideways. The camp is busy, but not hurried. Someone checks tools, someone softens a hide, someone sorts the roots gathered yesterday, and in between all this adult work, the children play. To understand childhood here, you have to set aside the modern idea that children lived in a separate world of schools, bedrooms, toys, and scheduled activities in Ice Age groups. Learning likely happened through daily life. Children watched adults make tools, gather plants, track animals, prepare food, repair clothing, tend fires, and tell stories. They learned by copying, asking, carrying, failing, trying again, and being corrected by people who cared whether they survived. The material record gives quiet support to this. Archaeologists have found small tools, miniature objects, handprints in caves, and traces that may reflect children practicing skills. These clues remind us that Ice Age camps were not only places of adults hunting and crafting, they were also places where young people grew, played, learned, and left marks of their own. You watch a child press a small hand into damp ash near the old fire edge. An older child laughs softly and adds a line beside it with a twig. The mark will not last long here. Snow, wind, feet, and fire will erase it, but somewhere else, in deep caves, handprints and finger marks made by children have lasted across unimaginable time. The thought is tender. A small hand lifted to stone, a breath held, pigment blown or pressed, and thousands of years later, someone looks and realizes that childhood was there too. One easily missed clue from prehistoric art is that not all ancient marks were made by adults. Some cave markings and hand stencils appear to have been made by young people, including children and adolescents. The exact meanings remain uncertain, but their presence matters. It suggests that children were not always kept away from symbolic spaces or important activities. They were part of the human world, not merely waiting outside it. The children near you begin a game that looks partly like chasing and partly like practice. One crouches behind a low mound of snow, clutching a stick as if it were a spear. Another pretends to be an animal, stepping high, then freezing. The first child moves slowly forward, exaggeratedly careful, then slips and falls with a soft thump. Laughter breaks out, bright and brief. An adult looks over, smiles without fully smiling, and returns to work. Play is not separate from survival. It is survival rehearsed gently. Through play, children practice balance, aim, patience, imitation, courage, and social rules. They learn who leads, who follows, who shares, who sulks, who cheats, and who claims they definitely did not cheat despite all evidence. Some things are probably older than civilization. Researchers read the evidence in different ways when it comes to Ice Age childhood. Some emphasize how early children may have taken on useful tasks, such as gathering fuel, watching younger children, carrying light loads, or helping process materials. Others stress that play, teaching, and care must have shaped development just as much as work. The archaeological record preserves tools and bones better than affection, so the balance is difficult to measure. Still, a living camp would have needed both responsibility and tenderness. You sit near a shelter where a child is being shown how to twist fibres. The adult's hands move slowly. The child copies, tongue slightly between the lips in concentration. The first attempt loosens immediately. The adult does not scold. They gather the fibres and show the motion again. Twist, fold, pull. Twist, fold, pull. The cord begins to hold. The child's face changes, just a little, with pride. This is how knowledge travels. Not as a lecture, not as a scroll, not as a tidy diagram with cheerful labels. It travels through hands, through repetition, through the patient correction of small mistakes, through watching the same task done 100 times until the body understands before the mind can explain. The sounds of childhood mix with camp sounds. Small footsteps in snow, a cough, a giggle quickly hushed, the scrape of stone, the crackle of fire, a baby fussing under layers of fur before being shifted against a warm body. The smell of smoke clings to everything. A strip of dried meat is handed to a child, who gnaws at it with deep seriousness, as if conducting important research. Life for children in the Ice Age could be harsh. Hunger, cold, injury, illness, and loss were real dangers, but it would be wrong to imagine only misery. Human children are social creatures. They seek play even in difficult conditions. Adults protect, teach, and comfort because young people are the future of the group in the most literal sense. A camp without children is a camp with no tomorrow. A small surprise from experimental archaeology and ethnographic comparison is how capable children can become when surrounded by skilled daily practice. Young learners can recognize tracks, gather useful materials, start simple tasks, and understand social rules far earlier than adults in modern urban settings might expect. Of course, this does not mean they were tiny experts overnight. It means their classroom was constant, practical, and rather unforgiving about missed lessons. You follow two older children as they carry bits of fuel toward the fire, not heavy logs, because there may be no logs nearby, but small branches, dry stems, and fragments of material worth burning. Their loads are modest. Their contribution is real. An elder takes the bundle, adjusts one child's slipping wrap, and sees something soft. The child stands still for the adjustment, then darts away the moment it is done. Nearby, a toddler sits on a hide, poking at snow with a bone scrap. The snow sticks to the child's mitten, then falls. This is apparently fascinating. A dog-like shape. Or perhaps a watchful wolf lingering at the camp edge lifts its head and looks over. The toddler looks back. Neither seems impressed enough to move. As the day slowly brightens, you understand that childhood here is woven through everything. Children are beside the fire, at the edge of work, in the path of stories, under the watch of many eyes. They absorb the weather, the smells, the voices, the warnings, the roots, the songs, the names of plants and animals, the feel of a good stitch, the sound of stone struck correctly. And in the middle of all that learning, they still laugh when someone falls in the snow. The Ice Age may be vast and cold, but around this camp, childhood makes it human. By late afternoon, the camp grows quieter in a different way. The children are still moving, the fire still murmurs, and someone is still scraping hide with that steady, sandy sound. But the light has changed. It lies lower across the snow now, turning the edges of shelters gold and grey. The wind has softened, as if even the Ice Age has decided to speak more gently for a while. Near the fire, an elder sits with a fur drawn over the shoulders, watching the camp with eyes that seem to notice everything. You move closer and sit nearby. The elder is not separate from the work of survival. Age here does not mean retirement in the modern sense. With a comfortable chair, a drawer full of tea, and strong opinions about the neighbours. If a person has lived long enough to remember many winters, many herd crossings, many failed hunts, many storms, many births, many deaths, and many safe routes through dangerous places, then that person carries something precious, not simply years, but memory. In a world without writing, knowledge lives in people. It lives in stories, songs, gestures, place names, seasonal habits, and repeated journeys. A river bend is not just a river bend. It may be where animals crossed 3 autumns ago. A ridge may be where wind becomes dangerous after fresh snow. A hollow may hold dry grass even when the open plain is bare. A line of stones may mark a path that someone's grandmother knew. Evidence from hunter-gatherer societies and Ice Age archaeology suggests that seasonal movement required detailed knowledge of landscapes. People had to remember water sources, raw material locations, animal routes, shelter spots, fuel patches, safe crossings, and places where other groups might be met. These were not vague wanderings through wilderness. They were patterned movements through a known world, even if that world was vast. The elder reaches for a stick and draws a line in packed snow near the fire. A younger adult leans in. The line bends, then splits. A few marks are added beside it. You do not know whether this is a route, a river, a memory of tracks, or simply a teaching gesture, but you can feel attention gather around it. The marks will melt, blur, and vanish. The lesson may not. A small detail that rarely survives in the ground is the use of temporary maps. People may have drawn routes in sand, snow, ash, dirt, or on bark, hide, or bone. Most such things would disappear quickly. Archaeologists sometimes find engraved objects that may contain marks of meaning, but proving they were maps is difficult. Still, the human habit of explaining place with lines and gestures is old enough to feel almost instinctive. Ask anyone for directions today, and sooner or later, a finger begins drawing invisible roads in the air. The elder speaks softly. The words move slowly, with pauses that let the younger listeners hold each piece. Perhaps the story begins with a spring thaw many years ago, when the river broke early. Perhaps it recalls a valley where animals gathered after a hard winter. Perhaps it warns of a place where the ice looks white and thick but hides moving water beneath it. Survival knowledge often arrives dressed as story, because stories are easier to remember than instructions shouted at the last second. The surviving traces leave room for disagreement about how Ice Age people organised and transmitted geographic knowledge. Some experts think long-distance connections and repeated seasonal routes allowed groups to maintain mental maps over huge regions. Others emphasize local knowledge, suggesting that many communities knew smaller territories deeply and relied on social exchange when moving beyond them. Both ideas may be true in different places. The past, once again, refuses to be a simple chart. You look across the camp and imagine the routes surrounding it. A river to the east, half frozen and shining. a ridge to the north where stone can be found, a sheltered hollow where shrubs grow, a distant cave with old marks on its walls, a migration path where reindeer pass if the weather follows its usual mood. Each place is held in memory, not as a list, but as a web of stories, smells, dangers, and returns. The elder's hands are marked by age and work. The skin is creased, the knuckles swollen, the nails rough. One finger taps the snow map. Another person nods. There is no book here, no compass, no phone with a blue dot telling you that you're confidently lost. The body remembers. The group remembers. The landscape itself becomes readable through repeated attention. And memory is not only practical, it is emotional. The elder may remember who died near a certain ridge, who was born during a storm, where a great hunt succeeded, where hunger once pressed too close. Places carry feeling. To pass on a route is also to pass on grief, humour, caution, and belonging. One thing archaeologists can say with confidence is that Ice Age people moved raw materials across significant distances in many regions. Stone, shells, pigments, and ornaments found far from their sources suggest travel, exchange, or contact between groups. These movements imply not only physical endurance, but knowledge of routes and relationships. A person had to know where to go, when to go, and who might be waiting there. You watch as a child edges closer to the elder, pretending not to listen while clearly listening with the intensity of a small owl. The elder notices, of course. Elders notice these things. The child is given a small question, perhaps asked to point toward the river, or name the place where berries grow after the first thaw. The child answers, uncertain but proud. Someone nearby chuckles softly. This is how a map enters a young mind. Not all at once, not through a grand ceremony with dramatic music and excellent lighting. It enters through errands, warnings, jokes, hunger, repeated walks, and the 100th time someone says, "No, not that slope. The other one." Eventually the child knows. Eventually the child becomes the adult who corrects another child. The fire shifts, and sparks rise into the dimming air. The elder's snow drawing has begun to soften at the edges. A boot has accidentally blurred one line. Nobody seems upset. The real map is not on the ground. It is moving between people. As evening arrives, you feel the power of this kind of knowledge. Tools can break, shelters can be moved, fires can go out and be relit. But if memory fails, the world becomes larger, colder, and more dangerous. Remembering is a survival skill. You sit quietly beside the elder as the camp settles toward night. The shelters darken. Smoke thickens. Somewhere far out on the plain, the herds continue their slow movement. And somewhere in the minds of these people, their paths are already known, guessed, questioned, and remembered. The Ice Age is not empty. It is full of invisible lines. And the elders carry them. The first sign is not a howl. It is a pause. The camp has been settling into evening, the way it always does when the light begins to drain from the snow. Tools are gathered closer to the shelters. Children are called nearer to the fire. Someone shakes frost from a hide and folds it with practiced care. The air smells of smoke, fat, damp fur, and the faint sourness of worked skins. Then, for a moment, the small sounds of the camp seem to thin. A person near the edge of the firelight lifts their head. You follow their gaze. Beyond the low shelters, past the trampled snow and the scattered marks of daily work, a shape stands near the darkness. It is still, lean, watchful. Its ears are raised. Its breath makes a pale cloud. It might be a wolf, or something wolf-like, keeping distance from the humans while studying them with the patient interest of a creature that knows camps can mean scraps, danger, warmth, and trouble. No one screams. No one throws themselves into heroic action. This is not a camp of people who have just discovered predators exist. They know the night has eyes. They know that wolves, foxes, big cats in some regions, bears, and other animals share the Ice Age world. The fire marks a human centre, but beyond it the land belongs to many beings, most of whom did not ask for a human neighbourhood. By 20,000 years ago, humans and wolves had already lived near one another for a very long time across parts of Eurasia. Both were social hunters, both watched herds, both moved through cold landscapes, both understood patience, opportunity, and group coordination. It is not hard to imagine them noticing one another often, sometimes as competitors, sometimes as threats, sometimes as uneasy neighbours. The evidence points to a deep and complicated history between humans and wolves, with domesticated dogs emerging from ancient wolf populations sometime before or around the late Ice Age. The exact timing remains difficult to settle, because early dog remains can resemble wolf remains, and ancient DNA adds detail while also raising new questions. Still, by the later Upper Paleolithic, humans and canids were clearly entangled in ways that would eventually change both species. You watch the animal at the edge of camp. It does not come closer. Its paws rest lightly on the snow. Its nose lifts, reading the air. The smell of cooked meat must travel far. Bone scraps, hides, and discarded bits from butchering would interest scavengers. A human camp is noisy, smoky, dangerous, and strangely generous with leftovers. For a clever animal, that is a very mixed invitation. Someone near the fire picks up a burning stick, not with panic, but as a quiet warning. Another person shifts a child behind them. The wolf-like shape takes one step back. It knows enough to respect the flame. Firelight flickers in its eyes, then the animal turns slightly, showing its narrow side. For a breath or two, human and animal simply regard one another across the snow. A less obvious survival detail is that predators and scavengers may have helped humans indirectly by revealing carcasses, tracking herds, or signalling danger through their movements. Of course, they could also steal food, threaten children, and compete for prey. Nature is rarely kind enough to put things in a single category. Wolves were not simply enemies or future pets. They were part of the living system humans had to read. You hear a low sound from the camp, not quite a growl, not quite a call. Perhaps someone is warning the animal away. Perhaps a dog-like companion, if this group has one, is responding from the shadows. The question remains unsettled in many regions: when exactly did wolves become dogs in the everyday sense? Sharing camps, helping with hunts, guarding spaces, or forming bonds with specific people? Some specialists see evidence for early domestication before the last glacial maximum. Others argue for later dates, or for several attempts at domestication that did not all continue into modern dogs. The animal beyond the camp lowers its head, sniffs the snow, and finds something small. A scrap, perhaps. It lifts it quickly and retreats a few steps. No one follows. The cost is too small, the night too cold, the risk unnecessary. Survival often depends on knowing what not to chase. You think of the children from earlier, playing at hunting with sticks. They have grown up knowing these shapes at the edge of a light. They learn which animals flee, which circle, which follow, which call in the distance, and which should never be approached. They learn that a beautiful animal can still be dangerous, which is also a useful lesson for many parts of life, including certain modern rental agreements. The wolf pauses again. Farther away now. Behind it, the plain opens wide and dim. Somewhere out there, its pack may be moving, silent as drifting smoke. Wolves live by cooperation too. They raise young, share food, learn routes, and read the weather. Humans may have seen something familiar in them, even while fearing them. Perhaps that familiarity mattered. Perhaps the first steps toward domestication were not a single grand decision, but many small tolerances repeated over generations. A bold wolf comes near a camp. A less fearful pup survives near humans. A person tosses a bone away from the sleeping area. A child watches from behind an adult's legs. An animal learns that human scraps are useful. Humans learn that certain canids warn when larger predators approach. Nothing official happens, nobody signs a contract. There is just proximity, habit, selection, and time. The material record offers hints but not a full story. Ancient canid burials, skull shapes, tooth wear, and DNA all help researchers trace the relationship, yet each clue has limits. A skull may look dog-like, but belong to a wolf population with natural variation. A burial may suggest affection, ritual, or practical disposal. DNA can show ancestry, but not the first moment a human hand rested calmly on a wolf's head. That moment, if it happened, left no fossil. The camp relaxes slowly after the animal withdraws. The child behind the adult peeks out. Someone laughs softly. A small release of tension. The burning stick is returned to the fire. Sparks rise. The shelters glow. Life resumes, but with a slightly sharper edge of awareness. The night has reminded everyone that the human circle is small. You sit close to the fire and listen. Far away. After a long silence, a howl lifts across the plain. It is not loud in the camp, only thin and distant, but it seems to pass through the cold air without effort. Another voice answers, then another. The sound is lonely and social at once, a thread stretched between bodies in darkness. No one speaks for a moment. The wolves are out there, following their own hunger, their own young, their own maps of scent and snow. The humans remain here, wrapped in hides, guarding embers, sharing warmth. Between them lies fear, curiosity, competition, and the first faint possibility of companionship. At the edge of the Ice Age camp, the future may be watching with bright eyes. By the next morning, the camp smells of bone. Not unpleasantly. Exactly. More like smoke. Fat. Frozen hide. And something mineral rising from cracked remains near the fire. A few large bones lie beyond the shelters where yesterday's work has been set aside. They're pale, heavy, and strangely beautiful in the thin light. You can see cut marks near the joints, places where stone tools have opened what cold and muscle once held together. Far out on the plain, the idea of the mammoth moves through everyone's mind. Even when no mammoth stands in sight, it is present. In the curve of a tusk used as raw material. In the wall of a shelter weighted with enormous bones. In a story told near the fire. In the memory of a dangerous hunt. In the hunger of a group that knows one large animal can feed many people, but also knows that such an animal is not a walking pantry politely waiting to be opened. The Ice Age world you're moving through is home to many large animals. Mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, bison, horses, reindeer, musk oxen, and giant deer inhabit different regions in shifting numbers. They are not simply background creatures. They shape grasslands, move nutrients, break snow, trample paths, and attract predators. Humans watch them closely because animals this large are not only food, they're weather signs, resource bundles, and living landmarks. The archaeological record makes one point very clear: mammoths mattered to many Ice Age communities, especially in parts of Eurasia. Their bones appear at camps and dwellings. Their ivory was carved into ornaments and figures, and their remains show butchery in some contexts. Yet this does not mean every group hunted mammoths constantly. The Ice Age menu was much broader, and practical people do not ignore smaller, safer, more predictable animals just because a giant one looks impressive in a documentary. You walk toward a low rise where an elder points across the plain. The snow there has been churned by something heavy, not fresh enough to follow with certainty, but unmistakable. Large round impressions, broken crust, a place where something immense passed and made the ground remember. You place your boot beside one print and feel almost ridiculous. The track is huge, its edges have softened with wind, but it still carries weight. A mammoth moving across snow is not an image of fantasy. It is a real animal with needs, moods, hunger, pain, calves, memory, and quite possibly very little patience for humans standing too close with pointy sticks. A less obvious detail is that mammoth ivory was one of the great craft materials of the Ice Age. People carved it into beads, tools, points, figurines, and other objects. Ivory can be worked beautifully, but it is not easy. It requires skill, time, and suitable tools. A carved object made from mammoth ivory may carry the story of an animal long after the meat is gone and the bones have weathered. Back near camp, someone works a curved piece of ivory with slow concentration. The surface is creamy and faintly glossy where it has been smoothed. Tiny shavings fall onto a hide. The craftsperson turns the piece, checks the line, and scrapes again. The motion is quiet, almost meditative. The material came from a creature strong enough to shake the ground, and now it rests between human hands, becoming something smaller, stranger, more symbolic. Researchers remain cautious about the role mammoths played in everyday survival. Some specialists see evidence that certain groups planned hunts around mammoth movements and used nearly every part of the animal. Others argue that people often scavenged mammoth carcasses or used bones collected from natural deaths, especially for shelters and fuel. The evidence can be difficult to separate. A cut bone may tell you humans were there, but not always exactly how the animal died. You imagine the risk of a direct hunt. The cold plain opens wide. A mammoth herd moves slowly in the distance, adults surrounding younger animals. Their coats hang thick and dark. Their tusks curve like pale moons. They use their trunks to brush snow aside, searching for grasses beneath. They are not monsters. They are herbivores, patient and powerful, living through the same harsh world as everyone else. To hunt one would require planning. People would need to understand terrain, wind, group movement, animal behavior, and timing. They might target a weakened animal, a young one, or one separated from the herd. They might use spears, traps, natural bottlenecks, mud, snow, or cliff edges in some regions, but nothing about it would be casual. A mammoth could injure or kill with one movement. Even a frightened animal is an enormous force wrapped in fur. You hear a child ask something, pointing toward the track. An adult answers softly. Perhaps the answer is practical. Perhaps it is a warning. Perhaps it is a story about a hunt before the child was born. Around mammoths, fact and memory must have blended easily. A successful kill could feed the group, clothe bodies, build shelters, supply tools, and become a story retold for years. A failed attempt could become a different kind of story, one told with lowered voices and careful pauses. The problem with relying on mammoths is that giants are not always available. They move, they decline, they avoid danger. They die in places humans cannot reach. Their herds may shift with climate, vegetation, and pressure from predators or people. A group that depends too narrowly on one animal risks hunger when the animal does not come, so the camp lives with flexibility. Mammoth when possible, reindeer when available, horse, hare, fish, birds, roots, seeds, berries, marrow, fat, anything useful. Survival is not pride, it is adaptation. It is being willing to eat what the landscape offers, even when the landscape offers something that looks less heroic than a mammoth. Near the fire, marrow is warmed inside cracked bone. The smell is rich, oily, comforting. Someone uses a stone to break open a smaller bone, tapping carefully. Fat is precious in cold climates because lean meat alone may not be enough. Bodies need energy, and fat carries it densely. In winter, fat can feel like warmth you can eat. The mammoth remains in the camp are treated with practical respect. Large bones may become structure, smaller pieces may become tools, ivory may become art, fat may feed flames or bodies, hide, if obtained, would be heavy and useful. Sinew could bind. Nothing about the animal is simple, and nothing about using it is easy. You stand beside the great track as wind begins to fill it with loose snow. Soon it will blur. By tomorrow, it may vanish. That feels right somehow. The mammoth itself is both present and disappearing. Huge in life, huge in memory, but never fully understood from the fragments left behind. As the day softens, the camp returns to its ordinary work, scraping, stitching, cooking, listening. The mammoth is out there somewhere, moving slowly beneath the enormous sky, carrying with it food, danger, material, mystery, and the deep uncertainty of survival. And you begin to understand the mammoth problem. It was not simply how to kill such a creature. It was how to live wisely in a world where even abundance had tusks. The smell reaches you before the food does. It rolls through the camp in slow, warm layers. Smoke first, then fat, then the deeper scent of meat softening over heat. After the white openness of the plain and the hard silence around the mammoth tracks, the cooking place feels almost gentle. People gather near it without needing to be called. Children drift closer. Adults pretend they are only passing by, which is not very convincing when everyone keeps looking at the same simmering bundle. The fire's been built low and steady. Flames are useful, but coals are better for patient cooking. A strip of meat rests near the heat, darkening slowly. Bones lie close enough to warm the marrow inside. A hide container, bark vessel, or hollowed material may hold liquid, and heated stones are moved carefully into it. You hear the soft hiss when stone touches water, and then a faint bubbling begins. Cooking in this world is not a simple comfort, it is a survival technology. Heat makes many foods easier to chew and digest. It softens tough meat, releases fat, warms cold bodies, and makes some plant foods safer or more useful. It also turns a meal into a gathering, and a gathering into a moment where stories, instructions, and quiet companionship can settle around the flames. One reliable clue from archaeology is that humans had been cooking with fire long before the last glacial maximum. By 20,000 years ago, fire use was a normal part of human life in many regions, shaping diet, tool production, warmth, and social activity. In cold environments, warm food was not just pleasant, it was energy arriving with steam. You sit close enough to feel heat on your face. Someone cracks a bone with controlled blows, not smashing wildly, but opening it with care. Inside is marrow, rich and pale. It is lifted with a splinter or narrow tool and shared in small amounts. The texture is soft, oily, almost buttery. In a cold world, fat is precious. It feeds the body densely. It helps people endure long walks, poor weather, and lean days when meat may be too lean to sustain everyone well. A less obvious culinary detail is that Ice Age people may have used hot stones to boil liquids in containers that could not be placed directly over flames. If a hide bag or wooden vessel would burn, heated stones could transfer heat into water, broth, or plant mixtures. It sounds slightly like cooking with a campfire in a geology collection, which is not entirely wrong, but it works if you know which stones will not crack dangerously in the heat. The person tending the stones uses wooden tongs or sticks to shift them. Steam rises in pale ribbons. The smell of broth deepens. Bits of meat, fat, roots, or marrow may be warming together, becoming something softer than any one ingredient alone. It is not a modern stew with salt, herbs, and a confident online recipe beginning with just 15 minutes. It is older, rougher, and probably more valuable. The record still leaves room for discussion about how often Ice Age people boiled food compared with roasting, smoking, drying, or eating certain foods raw. Some materials used for cooking decay quickly, so the evidence can be uneven. Burned stones, hearths, residues, bones, and experimental archaeology all offer hints, but they do not let us watch every meal. The past keeps some of its recipes to itself. You look around the cooking area and notice how organized it is. Raw material stays apart from cooked food. Bones for cracking are placed on a firmer surface. Hides are kept away from sparks. Children are close, but not too close. Someone warns one of them with a glance, and the child moves back with the tragic dignity of a person denied access to boiling stones. Safety rules, it seems, are also prehistoric. Smoke curls into your clothing. It clings to fur, hair, and skin. It keeps insect away in warmer seasons, helps preserve food, and gives everything the same deep camp smell. At night, when people lie close in shelters, they must smell like fire to one another. Smoke is part of their identity, part of their protection, part of the atmosphere of home. You watch strips of meat being set where warm smoke can reach them. Drying and smoking can help preserve food, though conditions must be right. Too damp, and rot becomes a problem. Too hot, and food burns. Too cold, and drying slows. A skilled person knows how close to place the strips, how thin to cut them, when to turn them, and how to guard them from animals, children, and probably certain adults who are just checking. Food preparation here is not only about eating now, it is about later. Later tonight, tomorrow. The next move across the plain. A hard storm, a failed hunt, a sick child. Preserved food gives time a small cushion. Not a soft modern cushion, perhaps, but enough to matter. The camp grows warmer in mood as food nears readiness. Voices loosen. Someone tells a story with a small gesture of antlers, and a few people smile. A child is handed a softened root and examines it as if suspicious of its intentions. Another person drinks warm liquid from a container, closing their eyes for one brief moment. Warmth inside the body is different from warmth on the skin. It reaches places the fire cannot. There is also knowledge in taste. People learn which parts of an animal are best roasted, which are better boiled, which bones hold marrow, which organs must be eaten quickly, which fats store well, which plants can thicken broth or soothe hunger. This knowledge is practical, but it also becomes tradition. A familiar preparation can remind people of a place, a season, a person who made it well. You think of modern kitchens, with cabinets, timers, bright lights, and water that arrives obediently from a tap. Here, every part of a meal has already required effort before cooking begins. Fuel gathered, fire maintained, animal tracked or plant found, tool made, hide prepared, stone heated, water collected, food guarded from freezing, spoiling, or being stolen by clever noses at the camp edge. And yet, when the food is shared, the feeling is simple. A portion passes from hand to hand. Steam rises, fingers shine with fat. The first mouthful is quiet. Nobody needs to announce that it is good. The camp itself seems to settle. Hunger loosens its grip. The cold remains outside the circle, but for a little while, it does not win. As evening thickens, the cooking fire glows low and red. Bones warm near the coals. Smoke drifts upward into the dark. The people around you eat slowly, speak softly, and save what can be saved. In this frozen world, Cooking is not just the making of a meal, it is the art of turning danger, labour, and raw cold into something the body can hold. After the meal, the camp becomes quiet in the way bodies become quiet when warmth finally reaches them. People sit close to the fire, hands open toward the coals. A child leans against an adult's side, half awake, chewing slowly on the last stubborn piece of food. Someone rubs grease into a cracked patch of skin. Another person lifts a foot near the warmth and checks the wrapping around the toes. The light is low and amber. Smoke drifts through the shelter opening and stains the evening air. You notice now what is easy to miss when the story focuses on hunting, tools, and movement. Survival is also a matter of health. Not health in the modern sense of checkups, prescriptions, clean sheets, and someone telling you to drink more water. Although, to be fair, someone probably should have been saying that even then. Here, health is immediate and practical. Can you walk tomorrow? Can you keep food down? Can you carry a child? Can your wound close before cold, dirt, or hunger make it worse? The Ice Age body lived under pressure. Cold demanded calories. Travel strained joints and feet. Hunting brought danger. Smoke irritated lungs and eyes. Childbirth carried risk. Infection could turn a small injury into a serious threat. Hunger might weaken a person before a storm or a long journey. And yet, people survived, raised children, cared for one another, and carried knowledge across generations. The bones and teeth left behind tell us that Paleolithic people experienced injuries, dental wear, periods of nutritional stress and physical strain, but also that some individuals lived long enough to heal from serious trauma. Healed fractures, worn joints, and signs of survival after injury suggest that care from others sometimes mattered deeply. A person with a bad break or long illness could not always hunt, gather, or travel alone. If they survived, someone likely helped. You sit near a man whose arm rests in a rough support of hide and wood. The injury is not fresh, but it is not forgotten. He moves carefully. Someone hands him food without making a ceremony of it. Another person shifts a tool closer to his good hand. No one pauses to praise their kindness. It is simply done. In small groups, care may be practical, emotional, and social all at once. Helping someone heal preserves skill, memory, kinship, and the quiet belief that you might also be helped one day. A small detail often missed is that teeth were tools as well as body parts. Ice Age people may have used their teeth to grip hides, soften sinew, hold fibres, or assist with crafting. This could leave distinctive wear. Imagine using your mouth as a clamp, a third hand, and occasionally a very questionable multi-tool. Modern dentists would have needed a long moment of silence. You watch a woman soften a strip of sinew between her teeth, then pull it through her fingers. Her jaw works slowly. The gesture is ordinary here, but it hints at how closely the body and technology were linked. Hands, teeth, shoulders, knees, eyes, and memory all formed part of the toolkit. A body was not separate from survival equipment. It was the first and most constant instrument. The evidence does not fully settle how Ice Age people understood sickness. Some researchers point to plant use, burial practices, and care for injured individuals as signs that people had complex ideas about healing and the body. Others remain cautious, because it is difficult to know which plants were used as food, medicine, ritual material, or all three. The traces are suggestive, but they do not give us a neat medical handbook from 20,000 years ago. Still, you can imagine simple forms of care: a wound washed with clean water if available, a cut covered with hide, moss, or plant fibre, a person kept near warmth, a fever watched through the night, a sore limb rested when the group could afford rest, fat rubbed into cracked skin, smoke used to dry materials. knowledge gathered from observation, trial, memory, and, no doubt, mistakes no one wanted to repeat. The shelter smells close tonight. Smoke, damp fur, old bedding, warm bodies, and cooked fat mix into a heavy human atmosphere. It is comforting and not entirely fresh. Ventilation is a delicate problem. Fire keeps people alive, but smoke can harm them. Warmth requires enclosure, but enclosure traps breath and smell. The Ice Age did not offer perfect solutions. It offered trade-offs, which is less inspiring, but much more realistic. You hear coughing from another shelter, a soft, dry cough. Someone inside murmurs. A child is moved closer to warmth. Outside, the wind brushes snow against the hide walls. The sound is faint, like sand across cloth. In this small scene, the mystery of survival becomes tender, not grand, not cinematic. Just someone staying awake a little longer because another person is unwell. Childbirth, too, belonged to this world. There were no hospitals, no sterile rooms, no emergency surgery. Birth would have depended on experienced support, positioning, patience, and luck. Older women and skilled helpers may have carried important knowledge, though the details rarely survive archaeologically. Every child in camp is evidence not only of biology, but of care through pregnancy, birth, infancy, and the dangerous early years. One unusual trace comes from ancient skeletons that show people sometimes survived conditions that would have limited mobility or required help. Such finds do not prove that every group cared for every person in the same way, but they challenge the lazy idea that prehistoric life was only ruthless competition. Cooperation could be as important as strength. Sometimes the most powerful survival tool was another person deciding not to leave you behind. You step outside for a moment. The air is colder but cleaner. Stars are appearing one by one. Your breath rises. Behind you, the shelter glows softly, its hide walls pulsing with firelight. Inside, people tend to bodies as carefully as they tend tools. A torn seam is repaired. A sore foot is wrapped. A child's forehead is touched. A cracked hand is warmed. Small acts, repeated. Modern life often hides illness behind doors, appointments, and quiet waiting rooms. Here, health is communal because life is communal. Everyone sees who limps, who coughs, who is hungry, who is pregnant, who is grieving, who has grown too thin. Privacy is limited, but so is abandonment. In a small group, another person's weakness changes the day for everyone, and perhaps that is one reason humans endured. Not because they were never hurt, not because they were stronger than cold, hunger, and infection, but because they learned to notice one another. They carried food to the injured. They shared warmth with children. They remembered which plants soothed, which routes were easier, which person needed to walk slower. They made room, when they could, for healing. You return to the fire and sit quietly. A coal collapses into ash with a soft sigh. Someone's breathing steadies in sleep. The injured man closes his eyes, his supported arm resting near his chest. Outside, the Ice Age night stretches wide and indifferent. Inside, human care glows small and stubborn. And in that glow, survival becomes more than endurance. It becomes tenderness practiced under difficult stars. The cave waits beyond the camp like a deeper kind of night. You reach it near evening, when the sky outside is fading into blue and silver. The entrance is wide enough to breathe out cold air from the earth itself. Snow has gathered around the rocks. Icicles hang near the opening, thin and sharp, catching the last light. Behind you, the campfire is only a distant orange memory. Ahead of you, darkness folds inward. Someone carries a small flame, not a large torch, not a dramatic blaze, but a careful lamp or burning bundle that must be protected from wind. The light trembles against stone, smoke curls upward and disappears into the dark roof. You step inside, and the sound of the outside world changes. The wind softens, footsteps echo, water drips somewhere far within, slow and patient, like the cave is counting time in drops. Many Ice Age people used caves and rock shelters, but not every cave was a home. Some were living spaces near the mouth, where daylight and fire could meet. Others, deeper and darker, seem to have been visited for purposes that remain more mysterious. This matters because painted caves were not always convenient. Some images were made far from easy daylight, in places that required lamps, memory, courage, and very steady feet. The stone walls ahead begin to change. At first you see only shadows. Then, as the flame moves, lines appear, a curve, a horn, a heavy back, a leg bent in motion. The animal seems to emerge from the wall rather than sit upon it. It has been waiting there for thousands of years, although for the people beside you, it may be fresh, known, alive with meaning. One firm clue from archaeology is that Upper Paleolithic people created remarkable cave art in parts of Europe and beyond, including paintings, engravings, hand stencils, dots, signs, and animal figures, horses, bison, mammoths, deer, lions, bears, and other creatures appear on walls and ceilings. These images show technical skill, observation, and symbolic imagination. They are not careless doodles. They are patient acts made in darkness. You move closer, careful not to touch the wall. The animal is painted in dark pigment, perhaps charcoal or manganese, with reddish tones nearby from ochre. The rock surface itself gives shape to the body. A natural bulge becomes a shoulder, a crack becomes a line of movement. The artist did not simply cover stone, the artist listened to it. The flame shifts, and the animal seems to move. This is one of the cave's quiet tricks. In flickering light, painted forms breathe, their legs tremble, their backs ripple. A horn appears, vanishes, returns. Modern people see cave art under steady museum lights or in photographs, which is lovely, but a little unfair. These images were often made for moving firelight, for darkness, for bodies standing close together with smoke in their hair. A detail that often surprises people is that some caves contain markings made with fingers dragged through soft clay, along with hand stencils created by blowing pigment around a hand placed on the wall. Some of those hands are small, some may belong to young people. The result is intimate. A palm lifted against stone, breath-carrying pigment, a human outline left in darkness. The meaning of Ice Age cave art remains one of the great unsettled questions. Some researchers interpret the images as hunting magic, ritual practice, storytelling, spiritual experience, teaching, or expressions of identity. Others warn that there was probably no single meaning across all caves, all groups, and all centuries. A horse on one wall may not mean exactly what a mammoth means elsewhere. The evidence is rich, but it does not translate itself. You stand beside a figure of a bison, its head lowers slightly, powerful and calm. The line of the back is confident, the hooves are simple but sure. Whoever made it knew animals deeply. This was not a person guessing from a distance. This was someone who had watched bodies move through snow, seen breath steam from nostrils, noticed weight shift before a turn. Art here begins with attention. The cave smells of stone, damp, smoke, and mineral dust. The air feels colder away from the entrance. Your fingers brush your fur sleeve, seeking warmth. Somewhere in the darkness, water drops again. A child whispers and is gently hushed. The hush feels less like scolding and more like respect. even without knowing the exact belief. You sense this place is not ordinary. The walls hold signs that are not animals. Dots, lines, ladders, branching marks, clusters of symbols repeated in ways that seem intentional. They may have carried meanings now lost to us. Counting marks, clan signs, memory aids, spiritual symbols, teaching codes, or something else entirely. It is tempting to claim certainty because uncertainty feels untidy. But the cave does not owe us easy answers. You pass a panel where several animals overlap. One was painted first, another later. Time is layered on the wall. Generations may have returned here, adding, touching, remembering. The cave becomes a place where human presence gathers slowly, not in the ashes of a hearth, but in marks that outlast the makers. There is a practical side too. Pigments had to be found, prepared, carried, mixed, and applied. Lamps needed fuel, often animal fat. Wicks may have been made from moss or plant fibre. Stone tools could engrave lines. Brushes may have been made from hair, fibre, or chewed sticks. Even mystery needs materials. Even sacred places require someone to manage the lighting. You imagine the journey inward, people entering with flames, shadows moving over their faces, the youngest staying close to adults, the cave narrowing, widening, breathing cold, then the wall appearing, waiting. Someone begins to paint, others watch. Perhaps someone sings softly, perhaps no one speaks at all. Modern life often treats art as something separate, placed in galleries or saved for free time. Here, art may be tied to survival in ways we cannot fully separate. Not because painting a horse magically puts meat in a camp, at least not in any simple way, but because imagination, memory, identity, teaching, and belief help hold human groups together. A people who can picture the world can also pass the world on. The flame lowers slightly, and the guide shields it with one hand. For a moment, the painted animals fade. Then the light rises again, and they return from the stone. You feel why people might have come here even when life outside was hard. Especially when life outside was hard. The cave offers a different kind of shelter, not from wind, exactly, but from forgetting. As you turn back toward the entrance, the painted animals remain behind you, still and moving at once. The cold daylight outside waits. The camp waits. Hunger, work, tools, hides, and smoke wait. But now you carry the cave with you. Its darkness, its breath, its red hands, its animals running forever through firelight. The cave is behind you now, but the darkness seems to have followed in a gentler form. Night gathers round the camp, deep and blue, with stars beginning to burn above the open plain. The shelters glow low from within. Smoke lifts, bends, and disappears into the cold. The painted animals you saw in the cave still move somewhere in your thoughts, their backs and horns trembling in firelight. Around you, people settle close to the warmth, and for a while, no one says very much. Then you hear it, a sound so small at first that you almost mistake it for wind slipping through a hide seam. A thin, breathy note rises near the fire. It wavers, steadies, and floats into the night. Another note follows, then another. The melody is simple, but it changes the camp. The children quiet. Someone looks up from a repair. Even the crackle of the fire seems to fall into rhythm, as if the flames have politely decided to accompany the performance. Music in the Ice Age is difficult to hold in the hand, because sound disappears the moment it is made. It leaves no ash layer, no footprint, no cut mark on bone unless an instrument survives. But where instruments do survive, they tell us something extraordinary. People did not merely endure the cold, they shaped breath into sound. They made rhythm. They listened together in the dark, One of the strongest clues comes from Paleolithic bone and ivory flutes found in Europe, some dating back tens of thousands of years. These instruments, made from bird bones or mammoth ivory, show that early modern humans created music long before farming, cities, or writing. A flute is not necessary in the way food is necessary, and yet someone spent time making one. That alone should make you pause. You move closer to the player. The instrument is small, pale, and carefully made. If it is bone, it may once have belonged to a bird, light and hollow enough to carry sound. If ivory, it required even more shaping, splitting, hollowing, and joining. The fingers cover and uncover holes. Breath enters. Sound returns. A human body and an animal remnant make a voice that belongs to neither alone. The music is soft, not a grand performance, no stage, no applause sign, no one whispering that the acoustics are excellent, though honestly, caves might have had opinions on that. Here, the song sits inside daily life. It rises between cooking, tool repair, childcare, and exhaustion. It gives the evening a shape. A less obvious detail is that the oldest surviving flutes often come from the bones of large birds, such as vultures or swans, whose hollow bones were naturally suited for making sound. That choice was practical, but it also feels poetic. A creature of the air becomes an instrument of breath. The wing becomes a song. History does occasionally allow itself a beautiful metaphor without being asked. The question of what Ice Age music meant remains open. Some researchers suggest it helped bind groups together, support ritual, coordinate movement, teach stories, soothe children, or strengthen identity. Others are careful not to assign one purpose to all music everywhere. A melody might be sacred in one moment, playful in another, comforting in a third. Humans are rarely simple enough to use beautiful things for only one reason. You listen as the notes drift outward. The sound seems fragile against the huge cold, but it does not vanish immediately. It moves through the circle of faces, over the packed snow, into the shelter entrances, and up toward the stars. A child leans against an elder. Someone hums along under the breath. Another person taps lightly on a piece of wood or bone, creating a faint rhythm like footsteps heard from far away. Music changes the temperature of the night, not in the air, but in the body. Shoulders lower, hands slow. The mind steps away from hunger and weather for a moment. The fire, the notes, the shared listening. All of it creates a small room without walls. You can feel why sound would matter in a world where so much could not be controlled. There may have been songs for hunts, songs for children, songs for mourning, songs for stories, songs for places, songs for animals, songs whose meanings were known only to certain people. There may also have been silly songs, because no matter how cold the Ice Age was, it is difficult to believe humans went 20,000 years without making each other laugh with something ridiculous. The archaeological record is sadly poor at preserving ancient nonsense, a serious loss for science. The player lowers the flute, and for a moment the camp is quiet. Then a voice begins. It is low, steady, and unhurried. You do not understand the words, but you understand the feeling. The voice rises and falls like walking over gentle ground. Another voice joins, then another. Not perfect harmony in a modern polished sense, but something warmer, a shared sound, held by many throats. This kind of singing would leave almost no trace. No instrument needed, there's no object to bury, only breath, memory, and bodies gathered close. Yet it may have been one of the most common forms of music, a mother soothing a child, hunters keeping rhythm while walking, a group marking time during work, an elder carrying a story in melody so it can be remembered more easily. The material record can show us flutes, rattles, possible drums, and resonant spaces, but it cannot fully recover the soundscape of the camp. Specialists interpret the evidence cautiously. Some see music as central to social bonding and symbolic life. Others point out that we must not project modern ideas of concerts, art, or entertainment too neatly backward. Still, the existence of instruments shows that sound mattered enough to make, keep, and perhaps carry. You notice the surrounding details more deeply now. The soft scrape of fur as someone shifts, the pop of sap or fat in the fire, the distant call of an animal across the plain, the little breath before each sung line, the way the shelter hides tremble faintly in the wind. The Ice Age is not silent. It has rhythm everywhere. Hooves, stone strikes, scraping hides, dripping caves, crackling coals, sleeping breath. Perhaps music grew partly from noticing that rhythm, perhaps from heartbeat, from walking, from work, from birds, from grief, from the need to make fear smaller in the dark. The song slows. One by one, the voices fall away until only the first singer remains. Then even that voice softens into silence. No one rushes to fill the space. The silence after music feels different from the silence before it. It is fuller, warmer, as if something invisible has been woven across the camp and gently laid over everyone's shoulders. You sit near the fire, listening to the last note fade into the wind. The cold is still there. The hunger of tomorrow is still there. The wolves, the herds, the uncertain routes, the aching hands, all still waiting. But for a little while, under the wide mammoth sky, humans have answered the Ice Age with breath, and the night has listened. In the morning, something small lies in an open palm. At first, it does not look like much. A bead, perhaps, pale against the dark lines of the hand, or a shell with a hole carefully worked through it. It catches the light in a soft, unexpected way, as if it has brought a little memory of another place into this cold camp. Around you, the usual work continues. Fire is fed, hides are shaken. A child complains quietly about something that is probably very important to the child and completely unclear to everyone else. But your eyes stay on the bead. It does not belong to the immediate landscape. That is what makes it interesting. The camp sits in a cold interior world of snow, steppe, stone, animal tracks, and smoke. Yet this object seems to whisper of water, distance, and hands from elsewhere. Someone found it, carried it, traded it, gifted it, or inherited it. It travelled before it arrived here. In a world without roads, coins, shops, or shipping notifications, that matters. Ice Age people did not live as isolated little islands, each camp cut off from all others. They moved through landscapes, met neighbouring groups, exchanged partners, stories, materials, tools, ornaments, and news. These connections could be vital. In harsh climates, a group too isolated might struggle to find mates, learn about distant resources, or receive help during lean times. Social distance could be as dangerous as physical cold. What the finds make clear is that materials sometimes moved astonishing distances during the Upper Paleolithic. Shells appear far from coasts. Certain stone types are found many miles from their geological sources. Pigments, beads, and ivory objects may show patterns of exchange, travel, or shared tradition. These objects are small, but they stretch the map. You follow a pair of adults as they prepare to leave camp for a meeting place beyond a low ridge. They carry bundles wrapped in hide, not large loads, because travel is costly, but selected things. A good blade, a piece of worked antler, red pigment, a few beads, perhaps dried meat or fat if there is enough to spare, perhaps information, which weighs nothing and can be more valuable than all the rest. The path is not a road. It is a remembered line through uneven land. Snow lies thin where wind has scraped it away. The ground beneath is hard and brown. Your breath rises. The bundles creak softly. Somewhere behind you, camp smoke fades into the morning. Ahead, the horizon opens. A small, easily forgotten detail is that red ochre, a mineral pigment used in many prehistoric contexts, was sometimes transported and prepared with care. It could colour bodies, objects, hides, or cave walls. It may have had practical uses, symbolic meanings, or both. Red pigment turns up again and again in ancient sites, like a quiet thread running through human imagination. Apparently, even in the Ice Age, people understood that colour could matter. You reach a sheltered hollow where the wind drops. A few figures are already there. They are not strangers in the full sense, but not camp members either. Their clothing is cut a little differently. One has a necklace of small pierced shells. Another carries a stone unlike the material near your camp, darker and smoother. Greetings are soft. Hands lift. People stand at a careful distance at first, then closer. There is no market stall, no bargaining table, no cheerful sign saying 2 shells for 1 scraper. Exchange here is likely woven into relationships. Gifts may create obligations. Marriages may link groups. Shared hunts may build trust. A tool may be given because someone once helped during a hard season. A bead may carry affection, alliance, memory, or status. Trade is not always business. Sometimes it is social glue. The interpretation is still not settled when archaeologists look at distant materials in Ice Age sites. Some researchers see them as evidence of direct long-distance travel. Others think objects may have moved through many hands, passed from group to group across wide networks. A shell found far inland does not tell us whether one person walked from the sea or whether the shell travelled slowly through a chain of meetings. Either way, the object proves connection. You watch as a blade is unwrapped. The person receiving it turns it carefully, admiring the edge. Another's bundle opens to reveal pigment. Fingers touch the red powder and leave a faint stain. Someone laughs softly at a remark you cannot understand. The sound relaxes the hollow. A child from the visiting group peeks from behind an adult's side, staring at your group with open curiosity. Children, thankfully, have never been subtle diplomats. The air smells different here. Less smoke, more open snow and dry grass. The people have brought scents with them too, hides cured in another camp, fat from another animal, perhaps plants gathered in a different valley. Even smell becomes a map. You realize that meeting another group is not only visual, it is hearing new voices, seeing unfamiliar gestures, noticing different ornaments, tasting food prepared another way. Such meetings may have helped people survive genetically as well as socially. Small groups need wider networks to avoid isolation. Partnerships between groups could allow young adults to find mates beyond their immediate camp. This is not romantic in the soft candlelit sense, although there may have been romance too, because humans are humans. It is also population survival, carried through kinship, obligation, and movement. A necklace is lifted into the light. The beads are tiny, each pierced and shaped. Think of the time required. Find the shell or material. Make the hole. Smooth the edge. String it. Keep it safe while travelling through cold and weather. Wear it. Give it. Repair it. A small ornament can hold enormous labour. It says someone had enough skill, patience, and social reason to make beauty portable. You notice how carefully people observe one another, not with hostility, exactly, but with awareness. Are these people well fed? Are they tense? Do they bring news of herds? Have they seen wolves near the river? Is the ice safe farther north? Did a storm damage their shelters? Exchange is not only objects moving between hands, it is information moving between minds. Some specialists think these networks may have been one of the quiet keys to surviving the Ice Age. When climates shifted, herds moved, or local resources failed, groups with broader contacts may have had more options. Others are cautious, reminding us that the size, stability, and meaning of these networks varied greatly across time and region. Still, it is hard to look at distant shells and stones without sensing human lines stretching across the cold. After a while, food is shared, not much, but enough to mark the meeting. A piece of dried meat, a warm drink if fire has been made, a route passed from hand to hand. The exchange is slow and unhurried. No one seems eager to end it too quickly. In a world this large, another human voice is not a small thing. When the groups finally part, the bead remains in someone's palm. Or perhaps it has changed hands. Either way, it carries the meeting with it. The hollow empties. Footprints cross and recross the snow. The wind begins to soften their edges. You walk back toward camp, thinking of all the invisible routes beyond the horizon, shells from coasts, flint from distant ridges, pigment from mineral seams, stories from valleys you have never seen, people moving through cold, not alone, but linked by memory, need, trust, and the quiet desire to be known. The Ice Age is vast, but in a small bead array it becomes connected. You hear the river before you see it. At first it is only a low murmur under the wind, a dark sound moving somewhere beyond the ridge. Then the land dips, the snow thins along a stony bank, and the water appears, half hidden beneath plates of ice. It slides through the frozen world with quiet persistence, black and silver in the morning light. Steam lifts faintly where moving current resists the cold. The river does not hurry, it simply continues. You stand near its edge, careful where you place your feet. Ice along a river is never just ice. Some places are thick enough to cross. Some are thin as a bad excuse. Some look safe until the current has eaten them from below. The people beside you know this. They test the bank. They watch the colour of the surface. They listen for hollow sounds. The river is a road, a trap, a pantry, a boundary, and a guide, all at once. In Ice Age landscapes, rivers mattered deeply. They drew animals to drink. They exposed stones useful for tools. They carried fish. They marked routes through otherwise difficult terrain. Valleys could offer shelter from wind and patches of plant life when open plains were harsher. Even in a frozen world, water shaped movement. Perhaps especially in a frozen world, because everything living eventually has to answer to thirst. The traces left at many Paleolithic sites show that humans often camped near rivers, lakes, springs, and wetlands. Water sources offered food, raw materials, and travel corridors. In some regions, river valleys became long threads of human activity, places returned to again and again as seasons changed. A river was not scenery. It was infrastructure before infrastructure had a name. You follow the group along the bank. Snow crunches underfoot. But near the water, the ground softens into dark mud and frozen gravel. Small tracks lace the edge. Bird prints, hoof marks, perhaps fox. The air smells different here, sharper and wetter, with hints of mud, ice, plant stems, and old fish. It is not the warm smoke smell of camp. It is the smell of movement. A person kneels with a spear or sharpened tool near a shallow place where ice is broken. Another checks a simple trap or basket-like arrangement, though such objects rarely survive unless conditions are kind. Fishing in the Ice Age could take many forms: spearing, trapping, netting, gathering shellfish where available, or catching fish in seasonal runs. The exact methods changed by place and material, but the river gave possibilities beyond the herds. A small, easily overlooked clue is that fish bones can disappear from archaeological sites more easily than large mammal bones, especially if excavations are old or preservation is poor. This means ancient diets may sometimes look more focused on big game than they really were. Tiny bones have a way of being modest, which is inconvenient when you're trying to reconstruct dinner 20,000 years later. The question remains open in many regions about how heavily Ice Age groups depended on rivers compared with large land animals. Some sites show clear use of fish and aquatic resources. Others are dominated by reindeer, horse, mammoth, or bison remains. Climate, season, local ecology, and cultural preference all shape the answer. The river may have been central in one valley and only occasional help in another. You look upstream. The water bends around stones and vanishes between low banks. In summer, this place may sound louder, brighter, alive with insects, birds, and green growth. In winter, it feels restrained, but not dead. Beneath the ice, fish move. Along the edges, animals come to drink. Willow or other hardy shrubs cling close to the water. The river protects a narrow strip of life. Someone points to a place where the bank has collapsed slightly, exposing rounded stones. A younger person searches through them, selecting a few, rejecting others. Stone from rivers can be useful, depending on its type. Some may serve as hammerstones. Some may be carried back for hearths, weights, or tool-making if suitable. The river does not only feed, it sorts the earth and leaves pieces where hands can find them. You hear a sudden splash. Everyone turns. A fish has broken near the surface, or perhaps ice has shifted. The sound travels clearly in the cold air. A child laughs, then is gently quieted. The group waits, watching the dark opening in the ice. Waiting beside water is different from waiting beside a herd. It is smaller, more focused. The movement is hidden until it is not. Modern life often hides water inside pipes and taps. You turn a handle and water appears, as if summoned by a household spell. Here, water has a place, a mood, a danger. It can freeze, flood, vanish under ice, or become impossible to reach without breaking through. People must know where to find it, how to carry it, when it is unsafe, and which crossings can be trusted. A crossing lies farther downstream. You approach it slowly. Snow has been packed by animals, and perhaps by humans during earlier visits. The river narrows here, and stones break the current. The ice is thicker near the edges, thinner where water moves fast. An elder studies it. No one steps forward until the elder does. This is not hesitation. It is intelligence. The elder taps with a pole, once, twice. The sound changes from dull to sharper. The group shifts toward a safer line. The crossing is made one person at a time. You feel the cold rise through your feet as you step onto the ice. Beneath you, water moves, dark and different. For a moment, the entire world seems to narrow to the place where your foot meets the frozen surface. Then you reach the other side. Breath leaves you slowly. No one celebrates. They simply continue. In this world, a safe crossing is not a triumph to announce. It is a note added to memory. This place holds today. Perhaps it will not hold tomorrow. The river changes its mind. On the far bank, there is a patch of reeds and dry stems rattling softly in the wind. Someone cuts a bundle, useful material for bedding, weaving, kindling, or insulation. The river gives again, not generously, exactly, but repeatedly, if approached with attention. You pause and look back. The water glimmers beneath broken ice. Tracks gather near its edge. Smoke from the distant camp is no longer visible, but you can imagine it. Fire behind you, river before you, herds somewhere beyond. The human world is stitched between these things. Rivers beneath the ice carried more than water. They carried roots, food, danger, stories, and return. They told people where the land opened, where animals moved, where stone waited, where spring would come first. And as you walk along the bank, listening to the current speak under its frozen roof, you understand that even in the coldest world, movement never truly stops. The land opens toward a sea that is not where you expect it to be. You walk over ground that, in your own time, would lie beneath waves. Here, 20,000 years ago, the shoreline sits farther away, pulled outward by the great locking way of water and ice sheets across the world. The air smells faintly of salt before the water itself appears. It comes on the wind, mixed with cold mud, seaweed, wet stone, and the clean mineral scent of exposed shore. The camp behind you belongs to river valleys and steppe, but this place feels different. The light is wider. The sky seems lower over the flat coastal plain. Birds circle in the distance, their calls thin and sharp. Under your feet, the ground is damp in patches, crusted with frost where the morning cold has hardened it. The sea breathes beyond a line of dark rocks. During the Ice Age, lower sea levels exposed vast coastal shelves in many parts of the world. These lost landscapes may have held rivers, marshes, beaches, dunes, hunting grounds, and camps. Today, many of them are underwater, which makes them difficult to study. The coast you now walk across is both real and vanished, present beneath your feet and absent from modern maps. The evidence we have suggests that coastal resources could be important for many prehistoric groups. Fish, shellfish, seabirds, eggs, seaweed, marine mammals in some regions, driftwood, and coastal plants offered possibilities that inland groups did not always have. A shoreline was not just an edge, it was a long, shifting pantry. If people knew how to read tides, seasons, storms, and danger, you follow a small group toward tidal pools where water has gathered between rocks. The pools are dark mirrors, rimmed with ice. Someone kneels and reaches carefully into a crack, feeling for shellfish. Another turns over seaweed with a stick. A child holds a woven or skin container and watches the adults with great seriousness. The wind presses against your clothing and brings with it the distant crash of waves. One small surprise from coastal archaeology is how often the most useful evidence has simply been drowned. Camps that may once have sat near rich shorelines now lie beneath meters of water and sediment. That means our picture of Ice Age life may be missing entire chapters, especially for groups who lived along coasts that later disappeared. History, rather inconveniently, has a habit of flooding its own filing cabinets. The question is still unresolved in many regions how central were coastal routes and marine foods to human survival and migration during the Ice Age. Some researchers see coasts as vital corridors, offering steady resources and easier travel than harsh interiors. Others point out that not all coastlines were equally rich, and storms, cold water, and shifting shores could make them dangerous. As usual, the answer likely changes from place to place. A shell clicks against stone as it is opened. The smell is briny and sharp. Food here tastes of salt, a rare and valuable flavour in many inland settings. Shellfish may not look as grand as mammoth or reindeer, but they have a quiet advantage. They do not run away. They may hide, cling, or require effort, but compared with chasing a large animal across frozen ground, a mussel is refreshingly reasonable. People gather slowly, leaving some behind. Perhaps they know which sizes are best, which pools are safe, which shellfish are worth the trouble, and when tides will return. A tide is a kind of clock, and not one you want to ignore. Modern people can check an app. Here, people watch the moon, watermarks, birds, exposed rocks, and the memory of previous visits. The sea keeps time in its own language. Farther down the shore, driftwood lies tangled among stones in treeless or sparsely wooded coastal regions. Driftwood could be precious fuel and material. Someone examines a piece, testing its dryness and weight. Salt has roughened its surface. It smells of water and distance. A branch carried by currents may become a fire, a tool handle, a shelter support, or a story of storms far away. You look out at the sea. It is grey today, restless but not violent. Waves fold over themselves and spread white across the rocks. Birds settle and lift again. Somewhere beyond the visible horizon, lands connect differently than they do in your time. Islands may be peninsulas, channels may be plains. People may walk where later generations will sail. The traces left by ancient coast dwellers are often fragile. Shell middens, stone tools, hearths, and cut bones can reveal meals and habits. But many older coastal sites are hard to find because shorelines shifted so dramatically after the Ice Age. Underwater archaeology has begun to recover some lost landscapes, but the work is difficult, slow, and full of uncertainty. The sea covers tracks with remarkable patience. You pause beside a pool and touch the water. It is painfully cold. Your fingers ache almost at once. The people working here know how to move quickly, how to keep hands from numbing too far, how to warm them again inside clothing or near a fire. Coastal food has its own costs. Cold, wet skin is dangerous. A slip on ice-coated rock can injure. A returning tide can trap the careless. This sea offers, but like most ancient providers, it does not offer safely. Still, there is abundance here in small forms. Shells collected by the handful, birds watched for nesting seasons, seaweed dried or eaten, fish trapped in shallows, seals or other marine animals observed from a distance where regions allow. The shore brings variety, and variety is survival's quiet friend. A gentle modern comparison comes to mind as you watch someone pry shellfish from rock with a practiced twist. Today, seafood often arrives cleaned, wrapped, priced, and politely arranged behind glass. Here, it arrives attached to a cold stone while the wind tries to remove your face. The convenience gap is impressive. As the group finishes gathering, the containers are modestly filled. No one takes more than can be carried or used. Food must return to camp before freezing, spoiling, or attracting unwanted attention. The people turn inland, away from the crashing water, stepping across ground that someday will belong to the sea again. You look back once. The shoreline glows under a pale sky. The waves keep moving, erasing marks almost as soon as they are made. Footprints soften in wet sand. Shell fragments shine briefly, then dull. Birds call over the rocks. The vanished coast holds one of the great missing stories of the Ice Age. How many camps rested here? How many fires burned beside ancient tides? How many children learned the taste of salt before the sea rose and covered everything? You walk inland with the others, carrying the smell of salt in your clothing. Behind you, the lower shore waits beneath the cold light, alive for now, and destined for silence under future waves. The storm announces itself with silence first. Not thunder, not a great roar, not the dramatic arrival that stories sometimes prefer. Just a strange softening of the world. The distant animal sounds fade. The wind pauses, as if drawing in a long breath. Even the fire seems to burn more carefully. People look toward the sky, then toward one another, and you can feel the camp begin to change shape around the coming weather. Clouds gather low and heavy over the plain. They erase the sharp edge of the horizon. The light turns flat, grey and uncertain. Snow begins as a few scattered grains, dry and tiny, touching first leaves and vanishing. Then more comes. It moves sideways before it falls. lifted by wind that has returned with a colder voice. You stand near the shelters as people prepare. This is not panic. It is routine sharpened by experience. Hide coverings are tightened, loose tools are brought inside, fuel is gathered closer to the fire, food is wrapped and protected, children are pulled nearer. Despite their very reasonable objections to being managed, a storm is not just weather. It is a test of every decision made before it arrived. The Ice Age climate was not simply cold in one steady way. It could be unstable, dry, windy, and harsh, with regional differences that mattered enormously. Some places were locked under ice sheets, others were open steppe, tundra, or cold desert. People living near the edges of these worlds had to understand not only average cold, but sudden changes, storms, thaws, freezes, and the dangerous mood swings of weather, from ice cores, pollen records, sediments, and animal remains. We can see that the last glacial maximum brought colder global conditions and major environmental shifts. Around 20,000 years ago, huge ice sheets held much of Earth's water, sea levels were lower, and many regions experienced colder, drier landscapes than today. For the people in this camp, those facts are not numbers on a chart. They're wind against the face, hunger in a bad season, and the need to secure a shelter before dark. The snow thickens, it begins to cover old footprints, the camp shrinks. Places that were clear a short time ago become vague shapes. A shelter only a few steps away looks farther than it is. The world beyond the fire becomes a pale blur, and the fire itself grows more precious. A small orange centre in a field of white. Someone banks snow along the base of a shelter, packing it with gloved hands. Snow can be an enemy, but also insulation when used well. It blocks wind, it fills gaps, it presses against hide and bone, sealing places where cold might creep in. That is one of the quiet oddities of winter survival. The same snow that can bury a path can also help keep warmth inside a dwelling. Nature enjoys being complicated. It has had a very long time to practice. You help carry a bundle of fuel under a covering. It's not much. Dry wood is limited in some Ice Age environments, and people may burn bone, dung, brush, or other materials depending on what the land provides. Fuel is a constant concern. A fire is not a single event. It is a relationship with everything that can burn. The storm presses harder. Snow strikes your face like cold dust. The wind pushes at your side. You lower your head and follow others into a shelter. Inside, the air is dim and close. People settle shoulder to shoulder. The entrance flap is pulled tight, leaving only enough opening for air and smoke to move. The fire is smaller now, controlled, watched carefully. Too much smoke would make the shelter miserable. Too little heat would let the cold win. Balance again. Always balance. Specialists still read Ice Age weather evidence in different ways when trying to understand what people experienced day by day. Large climate records can show broad patterns, but they do not tell us the exact storm that struck one camp on one winter night. Archaeologists can infer shelter use, fuel choices, seasonal movement, and stress. Yet the lived texture of a blizzard must be reconstructed carefully. The record gives the climate, imagination, kept humble, gives the shiver. You listen to the storm from inside. Hide walls tremble, snow hisses against them. A support pole creaks softly. Someone shifts a sleeping child closer to the centre. Another person feeds the fire with a small piece of fuel, then waits to see how it catches. The flames lick low, then settle into coals. The smell of smoke thickens, mingling with damp fur, old leather, breath, and the faint sweetness of dried grass bedding. Outside, visibility may be almost nothing. A person caught far from shelter could lose direction quickly. Tracks vanish, landmarks disappear. the cold steel's strength. This is why weather knowledge matters as much as hunting skill. A good hunter who ignores the sky may become a story told as a warning. You think of the group that went to the coast, the river crossing, the hollow where other people met, the mammoth tracks fading under snow. All those lines across the land are being erased tonight. The storm is not only covering the ground, it is resetting the visible world. Inside the shelter, memory becomes more important. People know where things were before the snow fell. They know the slope of the ground, the direction of the river, the shape of the ridge. They know where not to walk when morning comes because ice may be hidden beneath fresh powder. They know that after a storm, animals may move differently, and tracks may become easier or harder to read depending on crust and wind. A small sound rises in the shelter. Someone hums, not a full song, just a low thread of voice. It steadies the space. A child stops fussing. The elder near the wall closes their eyes. The storm continues, but the people answer it with warmth, closeness, and rhythm. You notice how bodies arrange themselves. The most vulnerable near the warmth, stronger adults closer to the entrance, tools within reach, food wrapped and tucked away, boots placed where they will not freeze stiff if possible. These choices are quiet and practical, but they reveal the social shape of survival. A storm makes a group visible to itself. Modern storms can still frighten us. Of course, flights delayed, roads close, power flickers. People suddenly remember they own flashlights with dead batteries. But for this camp, the storm is not an interruption to convenience. It is the environment speaking in a voice too large to ignore. Hours pass slowly. The fire dims, then brightens. Snow gathers outside. The shelter becomes a small world of breath and waiting. You feel warmth on one side of your face and cold at your back. The ground beneath the bedding is firm. The air is smoky. Someone's shoulder rests against yours. No one is alone in the dark. At last the wind lowers slightly, not gone, only tired. The snow still falls, but softer now, tapping against hide instead of striking it. The people do not rush outside. They know better. The storm may return. The night may still have teeth. So you remain where you are, wrapped in fur and firelight, listening to the camp endure. Outside, the ice age covers the world in white. Inside, humans keep a small weather of their own. Morning comes slowly after the storm. The world outside the shelter is white, soft, and almost too bright. Snow has smoothed the camp into rounded shapes. The shelters look lower than before, tucked into the drifts like sleeping animals. Smoke rises from one opening, thin and grey against the pale sky. For a moment, everything seems gentle, as if the night did not push against the hides, as if the wind did not test every knot and seam. Then the work begins. A person crawls out first and clears the entrance. Another follows with a tool to scrape snow away from the fire pit. Someone checks the stored fuel. Someone shakes snow from a hide covering. Children are told to stay close until the camp is fully awake, which they accept with the tragic patience of children who are absolutely planning to ignore this later. You step into the cold and feel the snow settle around your ankles. The air is sharp, but calm. After the storm, sound travels differently. Every movement is softened. A cough seems closer. A scraping tool whispers against ice. A piece of frozen hide cracks as it is bent back into shape. The camp is not one person surviving alone. It is many hands moving through a shared mourning. This is where the deeper secret of Ice Age survival becomes clearer. Fire matters. Tools matter. Clothing, shelter, food, and memory all matter. But none of them works well in isolation. A stone blade is only useful if someone knows how to make it. Someone can carry it. Someone can use it. and someone can teach the next person before the knowledge disappears. Survival is not only intelligence inside one's skull, it is intelligence moving between people. The evidence from human evolution, archaeology, and studies of living hunter-gatherer societies points toward cooperation as a central part of human success. Small groups shared food, labour, childcare, knowledge, and risk. In harsh environments, cooperation could reduce the danger of bad luck. One failed hunt did not have to mean starvation if others shared. One injured person did not have to be abandoned if the group could support them. One child did not have to learn everything alone. You watch as food from yesterday is divided. Not equally in a simple mathematical way, because life is rarely that tidy, but with attention, a child receives a small, warm portion. An injured man is handed marrow. A woman who spent the morning clearing snow eats beside the fire. The person who helped repair a shelter is offered dried meat. Every exchange carries meaning. Food is energy, but it is also trust. A detail easy to overlook is that food sharing can preserve skill in a group. If a skilled toolmaker, healer, tracker, or storyteller has a bad day, becomes injured, or grows old, feeding that person may keep valuable knowledge alive. Generosity is not only kindness, though it can be that. It is also a practical investment in memory. The Ice Age, surprisingly enough, understood social insurance before paperwork made it less charming. Near the edge of camp, two people worked together to lift a heavy bone or support pole that shifted during the storm. One person alone might manage badly, strain a shoulder, or give up. Two can move it carefully. A third packs snow around the base. Someone else checks the hide tension. The shelter is repaired not by heroic force, but by coordinated patience. There is no single agreement among specialists about exactly how Ice Age groups organize leadership, decision-making, or social rules. Some researchers imagine flexible leadership, where the best tracker leads a hunt, the best craftsperson teaches a tool technique, and elders guide memory. Others caution that social life probably varied widely, with different traditions across regions and centuries. What seems likely is that rigid simplicity would not have served people well. The world was too changeable for one person to know everything. You follow a small group as they gather scattered materials after the storm. A child carries light brush. An older woman checks where food bundles were stored. A younger man clears snow from a path between shelters. No task looks spectacular. Together, they turn a vulnerable camp back into a working place. This is cooperation at its most ordinary, and perhaps most powerful. The sounds of the camp grow warmer as the sun climbs. Someone laughs when snow slides off a shelter and lands near, but thankfully not on. A person who had just declared the roof secure. A child repeats the laugh too loudly. The person gives the child a look of magnificent wounded dignity. Even after a storm, comedy survives. It may not be a formal survival category, but perhaps it should be. Cooperation also shapes childcare. No single adult can do everything while gathering, cooking, repairing, watching weather, and staying alert for animals. Children move through a web of attention. A mother may feed, an uncle may carry, an elder may teach, an older sibling may distract, and a neighbour may pull a toddler away from a fire before the toddler conducts important research into burning things. Shared care gives children more chances to live and learn. You see this clearly when a small child begins to cry from cold fingers. The nearest adult warms the child's hands without asking whose child it is. Another adjusts the child's wrapping. Someone else offers a softened bite of food. The moment passes quickly, but it tells you something. In a hard world, care has to be fast, practical, and widely available. Modern life often praises independence, sometimes to a slightly silly degree. We admire the person who does everything alone, builds alone, survives alone, succeeds alone. But out here, that idea looks fragile. alone. A person has one pair of hands, one memory, one body to warm itself, one set of eyes to watch the dark. Together, people become more than their separate strengths. This does not mean Ice Age groups were always peaceful or perfectly generous. Humans are social, but also complicated. There would have been jealousy, conflict, anger, rivalry, and mistakes. Someone may have taken too much food, someone may have ignored advice, someone may have been difficult in the exact way that makes everyone sigh around the fire. Cooperation does not require perfection. It requires enough trust to keep returning to one another. The traces in the ground cannot preserve every act of sharing. Archaeologists find hearths, bones, tools, ornaments, shelters, and burials. They do not find the exact moment when someone gave up the warmer sleeping place, or carried a tired child, or taught a frightened teenager how to cross ice. Yet without such acts, the larger evidence makes less sense. Camps are made by groups, traditions are carried by groups, children are raised by groups. As afternoon settles, the repaired camp seems to breathe easier. Smoke rises steadily, food warms, tools are laid out to dry, snow paths connect shelter to shelter, darkened by footsteps. The storm has passed, but it has revealed the structure beneath daily life. Not bone, not stone, not hide. Relationship. You sit near the fire as people gather close again. The warmth reaches outward, touching faces one by one. No one here survives the Ice Age alone. They survive by leaning, sharing, warning, remembering, forgiving, and trying again tomorrow. And in the soft crackle of the fire, you hear the quiet strength of human togetherness. The day after the storm, the sky opens clear and hard. It is the kind of blue that looks almost polished, bright above the white plain. Beautiful in a way that does not promise comfort. Sunlight glitters on snow crust. Every step makes a crisp sound. The air is so cold that breath hangs longer than usual before it fades. Around the camp, people move with purpose, because clear weather after a storm is not a holiday. It is a chance. You follow a group toward the open ground beyond the shelters. They are not hunting yet. They are reading. The storm has erased old tracks and written new ones over the land. This is one of winter's strange gifts. Yesterday's confusion has been covered. Fresh marks stand out sharply. Hooves, paws, bird feet, drag lines where something brushed the snow. A fox has crossed near the camp. Hares have moved between shrubs. Farther out, a line of deeper prints suggests a small group of larger animals passing before dawn. In the Ice Age, tracking was not a special trick performed occasionally. It was a way of knowing the world. People needed to understand who had passed, how long ago, in what direction, at what speed, and sometimes why. Tracks could lead to food, warn of danger, reveal weather changes, or show where animals found shelter. A print in snow was not a mark, it was information. Footprints, bones, kill sites, and repeated camp locations all show that Paleolithic people understood animal behavior in detailed ways. They followed seasonal patterns, watched herd movements, and chose landscapes that helped them find or intercept animals. The evidence does not preserve every thought behind a track, but it makes one thing plain. Survival required close attention to other species. You kneel beside a set of prints. The snow is crusted lightly around them. One hunter touches the edge with a gloved finger, then looks toward the horizon. The track is not fresh enough for immediate pursuit, perhaps, but fresh enough to matter. The animal was moving steadily, not running. The stride is even, no sign of injury. The group studies the pattern without speaking much. A small detail often missed is that snow itself has many moods: powder, crust, wet snow, wind-packed snow, thawed and refrozen snow. Each records a movement differently. A track that looks fresh to an untrained eye may be older if the wind has sharpened its edge, or younger if falling snow has softened it only slightly. The tracker reads not only the animal, but the snow's memory. Modern footprints in a parking lot slush pile are far less poetic, but they obey the same basic problem. You walk on. The plain is quiet except for the crunch of feet and the occasional creak of leather and sinew. The group moves from mark to mark, building a story. Here the animal paused, here it turned toward exposed grass, here another joined it, here a predator crossed later, cutting across the line at an angle. The land is full of overlapping lives, each one leaving a brief sentence before wind edits it away. Specialists do not all agree on how much tracking knowledge can be inferred from archaeological remains alone. Some emphasize that complex hunting strategies must have depended on expert reading of animal signs. Others caution that tracks themselves rarely survive from deep time. So we must combine archaeological evidence with ethnographic comparison, animal ecology, and careful experiment. The skill is almost invisible in the ground, yet difficult to imagine survival without it. You notice a younger hunter watching an older one. The younger person points to a print and says something quietly. The older one shakes their head, then gestures to the windward edge. A lesson is happening, not a lecture, not a dramatic correction. Just a small adjustment of perception. Look here, not there. Notice the broken crust. Notice the direction of the snow grains. Notice that the animal slowed near the shrubs. This is how expertise forms. 1,000 small corrections. 1,000 mornings of being cold and slightly wrong until you become less wrong. There is something comforting in that. Actually, even ancient mastery was probably built on many quiet mistakes. The group reaches a patch where the snow has been scraped aside by hooves. Beneath it, dry grass shows, flattened and pale. Animals have fed here. The exposed patch smells faintly earthy, a welcome scent after so much ice and smoke. One person lifts a bit of grass, rubs it between fingers, then lets it fall. The herd may return if the wind stays calm, or it may move toward the river, or it may already be far beyond the ridge. Tracking is knowledge, but not control. A bird calls overhead, sharp and lonely. Everyone looks up. Birds can signal movement too. Scavengers may reveal a carcass. Alarm calls may hint at predators. Migrating birds can mark seasonal change. Even the absence of birds may say something. The Ice Age sky is not empty space above the real story. It is part of the text. You follow another line of tracks toward a shallow valley. The snow here is deeper, drifted by the storm. Walking becomes harder. Each step sinks. Your legs begin to ache. The people ahead move more efficiently, choosing firmer patches, stepping where others have already broken crust. They know how to spend less energy. In a cold world, waste is not dramatic, it is dangerous. The track dips behind low brush. There, a small cluster of droppings has frozen hard. One hunter breaks a piece with a stick, examining texture. It is not elegant, perhaps, but it is useful. Animal droppings can tell what was eaten, how recently an animal passed, and sometimes whether it was stressed or healthy. History has many noble subjects, and then there is the very practical study of frozen dung. Survival does not care about dignity. The group pauses for a brief rest behind a ridge where the wind is weaker. Someone drinks from a skin container. Someone adjusts a boot wrapping. The sun is bright, but it gives little warmth. You can feel sweat beginning under the layers, which is dangerous if it chills later. Clothing must be managed carefully during movement. Too little, and cold bites. Too much, and sweat becomes cold water against the skin. Even walking has technique. You look back toward camp. It is hidden now by the risers, but you can imagine the smoke, the shelters, the people repairing tools and preparing food. The trackers are tied to them by purpose. They are not wandering for curiosity alone. They're gathering knowledge that may decide where the group moves next, when to hunt, whether to conserve food, whether to send people toward the river or the ridge. The trail continues, then fades where wind has swept the snow clean. The hunters spread out, searching for where it resumes. For a while, there's nothing, only white ground, blue shadows, and the faint whisper of wind over crust. Then one person lifts a hand, a print, partial but enough, appears near a stone. The line has been found again. You feel the quiet satisfaction ripple through the group. Not celebration, just confirmation. The world has spoken, and someone has heard it. As the sun begins its slow descent, you understand that tracking is more than following animals. It is a conversation with a landscape that never stops changing. Snow writes and erases, wind hides and reveals. Animals move according to hunger, fear, habit, and weather. Humans survive by learning to notice the difference. You walk on behind them, listening to the crisp steps, watching the white plain open ahead. In this Ice Age morning, every footprint is a message, and every message may lead to tomorrow. By the time the trackers return, the camp is already preparing to move. Not today, perhaps, not in a rush. But the idea has entered the air, and once it enters, everything begins to look slightly temporary. A bundle is checked, a hide covering is inspected for weak seams. A child is told to gather small things from the sleeping place, and immediately discovers that small things are everywhere, which is a problem older than storage boxes. You stand near the shelters and notice how the camp has changed since you first arrived. At first it seemed like a fixed place, a small human island in a frozen world. Now you can see its looseness. The poles can be lifted, the hides can be folded, tools can be wrapped, food can be packed, ash can be left behind. The camp is not a village with roots deep in one patch of earth. It is a pause. The Ice Age world rewards movement. Herds shift across the land. Rivers freeze and open. Fuel runs low. Plant foods appear and vanish with seasons. A sheltered hollow that is perfect for 1 week may become useless when wind changes or animals move away. Staying too long in the wrong place can be as dangerous as leaving too soon. So people learn to read not only where they are, but when a place is finished with them. What survives in the soil suggests that many Upper Paleolithic groups were mobile, returning to some places repeatedly while using others briefly. Archaeologists find camps with hearths, stone flakes, butchered bones, post holes, and activity areas that hint at stays of different lengths. Some sites feel like seasonal gathering places. Others look more like short stops on a longer route. The land held many kinds of home. You watch a woman sort tools into a hide bundle. She does not take everything. That is the hard part. Moving requires choice. A heavy object must justify its weight. A broken tool may be repaired or abandoned. A useful stone core may be carried. A large bone may be left. A small ornament, though not practical in the obvious sense, may be wrapped carefully and kept close. Humans have always made room for meaning, even when the backpack is already annoying. A small oddity of mobile life is that some objects were probably cached, left behind intentionally for later use. Stone, fuel, bones, or other materials might be stored in known places so a returning group would not have to carry everything at once. Such caches can be difficult to identify, because a pile of material may look like discard unless its pattern is clear. Still, the idea is beautifully practical. The Ice Age version of leaving something in a locker, except the locker is a landscape and the password is memory. Near the fire, an elder discusses the route with 2 adults. Their gestures point toward the river, then the ridge, then beyond. The trackers have brought news. Animals moved after the storm. The feeding patch may be useful for a day or two, but the larger herd seems to be shifting. The group must decide whether to follow, wait, split tasks, or conserve energy. No choice is perfect. The Ice Age is generous with uncertainty. No one can say with certainty how decisions like this were made in every group. One view imagines consensus built through discussion, memory, and practical expertise. Another suggests that certain people may have carried more influence in certain situations, such as skilled hunters during a hunt or elders during route planning. The evidence cannot record every conversation around a fire. It can only show that people moved in patterned ways, and patterned movement requires shared decisions. Packing continues. A hide is shaken free of snow and folded. The sound is heavy and soft, like thick cloth in cold air. A bone needle is tucked into a small container. Sinew is wound into a neat coil. Dried meat is wrapped. A child tries to help by carrying something too large, then is gently given something smaller, which is received with deep suspicion. The fire crackles low, as if listening. You notice how people protect fire for travel. Embers may be carried in a container with insulating material, or fire-making tools may be kept ready. The exact methods vary, and direct evidence is often fragile, but the need is obvious. Arriving cold at a new camp is hard enough. Arriving without flame is worse. A coal can be more precious than a blade when dusk is coming. The smell of the camp changes as objects are packed. Less open food, more disturbed bedding, more cold hide lifted from the ground. Ash rises when someone clears the hearth edge. Beneath the ash, the earth is darkened by repeated fire. This mark may remain long after the people leave. Thousands of years later, someone may find charcoal, burned bone, and flakes, and try to hear the mourning that made them. Movement also means leaving traces. Broken tools too small to carry. Bones cracked for marrow. Ash. Scraps of hide that will decay. Footprints that will vanish with the next snow. Perhaps a lost bead, causing real annoyance today and scholarly excitement much later. Archaeology is sometimes built on ancient frustration. Someone drops a useful object, mutters something unrecorded, and 20,000 years later it becomes evidence. You walk to the edge of camp and look across the plain. The route ahead is not obvious to you, but it is visible to them in another way. They know the low pass where wind is less severe. They know where the river can be crossed if the ice holds. They know the hollow where shrubs grow. They know the place where stone can be found. They know where another group may be met if the season is right. The map is carried in many minds, and in the feet that have walked it. The mystery remains partly open because mobility leaves uneven evidence. A large repeated camp may preserve many clues. A brief stop may leave almost nothing. A group might have spent a single night under a hide shelter, warmed a meal, repaired a tool, and moved on, leaving only a few flakes and a stain of ash. Whole days of human life can become almost invisible. The past is not equally generous to every moment. As the sun lowers, the decision seems to settle, not with a dramatic announcement, but through action. More bundles are tied, tools are grouped, food is counted, the shelter repairs are made with travel in mind. People sleep tonight knowing that soon the camp will loosen from the ground. There is sadness in it, but not the sadness of loss exactly. More like the quiet feeling of folding away a room you have lived in. The fire has warmed this place. Children have played here. Stories have been told. Food has been shared. Storm wind has pressed against these walls. The camp has held them, and now it will be left to snow, animals, and time. You sit by the hearth as evening gathers. The flames are smaller tonight. People keep what fuel they can. Around you, bundles rest like sleeping shapes. The shelters still stand, but they already feel halfway remembered. In the Ice Age, home is not always a place that stays. Sometimes home is what can be carried, shared, rebuilt, and recognised when the next fire is lit. In the morning, the camp is full of women's hands. They are not separate from the story. They are the story, though history has often been slow to notice. Near the fire, one woman checks a seam in a child's boot. Another sorts plant fibres into fine pale strands. A third cuts meat into strips thin enough to dry. Someone else lifts a sleeping baby from a hide bed and settles the child against her side without pausing in conversation. The camp is preparing to move, but it is also preparing to survive the move. That difference matters. A journey is not simply walking away from one place and toward another. It requires food that can be carried, clothing that will not fail, children who stay warm, tools packed in the right order, bed is kept dry, and knowledge of what can be found along the route. Much of that knowledge lives in work that later ages too easily called ordinary. You kneel beside a woman who is repairing a fur garment. The needle passes in and out, small and precise. She tests the seam by pulling it gently, not too loose, not too tight. The thread is sinew, softened and twisted. Her fingers are rough from work, but the motion is delicate. A bad stitch could open in wind. A poorly placed seam could rub skin raw during a long walk. Clothing is not only warmth, it is engineering worn on the body. The archaeological record shows that Upper Paleolithic life depended on activities often linked with women in many later hunter-gatherer societies, including hide preparation, clothing production, plant gathering, childcare, food processing, and camp organisation. We cannot assign every task by gender with certainty for every Ice Age group, but we can say that survival required these skills. Without them, spears and hunts would not have been enough. A small detail often lost in popular images of prehistory is how much time hide work demanded. Scraping, stretching, softening, smoking, cutting, and sewing skins could take many hours. It was skilled labour, and it had to be repeated constantly because clothing wore out, shelters tore, bedding became damp, and bags needed repair. The Ice Age did not care whether anyone felt caught up on chores. There was always another seam waiting. Nearby, 2 women sort the roots gathered before the storm. Some are kept for eating soon, others are sliced thinner to dry. A few are set aside, perhaps because they're damaged, bitter, or useful for something else. Their knowledge is quiet but deep. They know which plants appear near water, which hold under snow, which should be dug before the ground freezes too hard, which can upset the stomach, and which may help when someone is ill. There is still no single agreement about how labour was divided among Ice Age people. Some researchers argue that men likely did most of the large game hunting in many cold environments, while women contributed heavily through gathering, processing, clothing production, and child care. Others caution that roles may have been more flexible than old assumptions allow, with women sometimes hunting and men sometimes doing tasks later labelled domestic. The evidence leaves room for difference across groups, seasons, and individual ability. You watch a young girl sit close to an older woman, copying the movement of twisting fibre. The older woman does not give a speech. She corrects by touch, turning the girl's wrist, loosening the tension, showing how the strands catch. The girl tries again. The cord holds for a moment, then unravels. She sighs. The older woman smiles without looking up and begins again. This is how expertise survives. The air smells of smoke, fat, and thawing roots. A baby makes a small questioning sound and is rocked gently. Someone laughs at a remark near the fire. A hide bag is turned inside out and shaken. Little flakes of dried grass fall onto the ground. Everything is being checked. Everything must be ready before the camp loosens itself from this place. You begin to see the hidden mathematics of care. How much food can be carried, which child walks and which must be lifted, which older person needs a slower pace, how many needles are safe in the sewing kit, how much dried grass can be packed for insulation without taking space needed for food. Modern life has spreadsheets for such things. Here, the spreadsheet is memory, conversation, and someone who knows exactly where the good cordage was stored. The work is not soft simply because it happens near the fire. It is physical. Scraping hides strains shoulders, carrying children strains backs, gathering food bends knees and freezes fingers, processing meat exposes hands to cold fat and bone, sewing in dim light tires the eyes. Keeping everyone clothed and fed is not a background detail. It is labour with consequences. One quiet clue from Ice Age burials and ornaments is that personal identity mattered, including for women and children. Beads, pigments, shells, and decorated clothing may have marked social roles, relationships, or group belonging. These things do not tell us exactly who held authority, who made decisions, or who taught which skills, but they remind us that people were seen by one another, not merely used by the group. A woman near the shelter lifts a finished garment and shakes it once. Fur ripples in the cold air. She studies it as if listening to it. Then she turns it and checks the shoulders again. The garment will be worn by someone who may cross ice, kneel in snow, carry tools, sleep in a crowded shelter, and wake to frost. Her work will travel on another body. It may never be praised aloud, but it will be felt with every warm breath. You think of how history often loves the sharp object, the spear point, the blade, the dramatic hunt. Those things matter, but they do not explain survival alone. The soft object matters too. The pouch, the sling, the boot lining, the bedding, the child's wrap, the strip of dried plant fibre, the cooked root, the repaired seam. Civilization, long before cities, rested on people who kept bodies alive between the dramatic moments. As afternoon approaches, the women's work becomes part of everyone's movement. Packs are tied, children are wrapped, food is divided, clothing is tightened, a small ornament is tucked safely away. The camp begins to look lighter, more portable, less like a place and more like a group about to become a line of footprints. You stand at the edge of the fire and watch one woman lift her bundle. She pauses, glances at the sky, then at the snow, then at the people around her. In that brief look is weather knowledge, plant knowledge, clothing knowledge, child knowledge, root knowledge, and the practical patience of someone who has kept many mornings from becoming disasters. The Ice Age was not survived only by those who chased the herds. It was survived by those who stitched, gathered, carried, remembered, fed, warmed, and noticed. And as the camp prepares to move, those hidden skills walk at the centre of everything. The line of travellers stretches slowly across the snow. Not far yet, only beyond the old camp and toward the first low ridge. But already the world feels changed. The shelters that stood through the storm are behind you now, reduced to marks, ash, packed snow, and a few abandoned scraps. Ahead, the plain opens pale and wide. Bundles shift on shoulders. Children walk where they can and are carried when they cannot. The group moves with the careful rhythm of people who know the day will be long. Near the front, several men walk lightly despite the cold. They are watching the land ahead, not only for animals, but for danger, weather, weak ice, strangers, and the thousand small problems that can become large if ignored. One carries a spear, another has a bundle of shafts. A younger man keeps glancing toward the older hunters, trying not to look as if he is glancing. It is a very old form of pretending to be casual, and it is not especially convincing. The Ice Age often places men in our imagination as hunters first. There is truth there, but truth needs care. In many foraging societies, men often take on high-risk hunting, especially for large animals, while women frequently provide other essential foods and labour. Yet the exact division of work varies, and individuals do not always fit tidy categories. In this moving group, risk, skill, age, strength, reputation, and need all matter. Bones from Ice Age sites show that large animals were hunted or butchered by humans, and many stone points, spear tips, and hunting weapons speak to the importance of dangerous work. But the weapon is only the visible part. Behind it stands training, patience, social expectation, and the quiet pressure to return with food when others are waiting. You follow a young hunter as he pauses near a patch of wind-cleared ground. He bends, touches a print, then looks toward the older man ahead. The older man gives no praise, only a short nod. That nod changes the young hunter's face, though he tries to hide it. Recognition matters. In a small group, reputation is not about fame in the modern sense. There are no followers, no polished profile, no heroic angle for a photograph. Reputation is whether people trust your judgment when the river must be crossed. A small detail that often escapes popular retellings is that failed hunts may have shaped status almost as much as successful ones. A person who panicked, wasted a weapon, ignored wind direction, or endangered others would be remembered. Not necessarily forever, because humans can forgive when food is short and everyone is tired. But memory has sharp edges in a small camp. Risk earns respect only when it is held with discipline. The group climbs the ridge. From the top, you can see open land, a darker line of shrubs, and far beyond, a faint movement that may be a herd. The men at the front lower themselves slightly against the wind. They speak in short phrases. One points to the drift patterns. Another studies the sky. Hunting is not only bravery, it is knowing when not to go. The record does not give one clean answer about masculinity in the Ice Age. Some specialists suggest that risky hunting may have helped men gain status, mates, alliances, or influence. Others warn that projecting modern ideas of masculinity too far backward can distort the picture. Men likely gathered, repaired, carried, cared for children, made tools, and performed many tasks depending on circumstances. A spear does not summarize a whole person. Still, the pressure of risk is real. You can feel it in the young hunter's shoulders. He wants to prove himself, but he also knows the cold truth. A reckless mistake can injure him, frighten the herd, cost the group food, or force others to care for him during travel. Courage here is not loud. It is measured. It has to be, because the Ice Age has very little patience for showing off. The older hunter stops and gestures for the others to crouch. Ahead, the herd becomes clearer. Reindeer, perhaps moving along a shallow valley. The animals are not close enough for a strike. The wind is wrong. Snow lies deep in the dip, and the group is already carrying loads. A chase now would burn energy badly. You expect frustration, but what you see is restraint. The hunters watch, learn the direction, and let the animals move. This is a decision. It may be discussed later. It may affect where the group camps tonight. It may guide tomorrow's plan, but no one rushes down the slope. Sometimes survival means resisting the dramatic option, which is deeply unfair to storytelling but excellent for staying alive. A younger man shifts his grip on the spear. The older one notices and quietly rests a hand on the shaft, lowering it slightly. No scolding, just a correction. The younger man exhales. Snow blows across their boots. The lesson is clear enough. Hunger is not a reason to become foolish. Wanting respect is not a reason to waste a chance. Risk also lives in protection. Men may walk at the edges of the group, scout ahead, break trail through deep snow, or stand closer to danger when predators linger. These roles may bring honour, but also exhaustion. A man who is expected to be strong may not always feel strong. A man who is expected to provide may fear returning empty-handed. The human heart did not begin with farming. It was already complicated out here in the cold. You notice one older man walking more slowly now, perhaps from an old injury. He once may have been quick over snow, trusted in hunts, admired for endurance. Now he watches more than he runs. Yet others still listen when he speaks. Reputation can change shape with age. Strength becomes judgment. Speed becomes memory. The spear hand becomes the pointing hand, showing younger people where the animals will turn. There is tenderness hidden under the roughness. A man adjusts the carrying strap of a child who is struggling. Another quietly gives a piece of dried meat to a younger hunter who has not eaten enough. A third checks the binding on someone else's weapon. None of this looks grand. It looks practical, but practical care is still care. Modern life often separates provider, protector, teacher, and companion into clean words. Here, they overlap. A hunter may be a father, brother, uncle, toolmaker, storyteller, singer, mourner, and the person who is absolutely certain he knows a better route until the elder corrects him. Human beings, fortunately and unfortunately, have never been simple. As the group descends the ridge, the herd disappears into distance. The hunters keep watching until the last moving shapes blur into the land. No meat has been taken today, but knowledge has. Direction, wind, snow depth, herd size, tomorrow's possibility. The young hunter glances once more at the older man. This time, he receives another nod, smaller than the first, but real. You walk behind them as the light lowers. Their footprints press into snow and fill slowly with drifting crystals. Risk travels with them. So does pride. So does fear. So does the longing to be useful. In the Ice Age, reputation is not carved in stone. It is carried in memory, tested in weather, and warmed only when the group survives together. By midday, the travellers reach a place where the land remembers another people. At first, you notice only a scatter of stone flakes near a patch of exposed ground. The snow is thinner here, scraped by wind until dark earth and gravel show through. A low rock wall shelters the place from the worst of the air. There is no smoke now, no voices, no fresh footprints except your own group's careful steps. Yet the ground is not empty. Someone kneels and picks up a flake. It is old, but not ancient to them in the way it is ancient to you. Perhaps another group camped here last season, perhaps years ago, perhaps a generation earlier. The flake has a sharp edge still, though frost has dulled its shine. Nearby lies a broken point, a bit of charcoal hidden in frozen soil, and the faint hollow where a hearth may once have warmed hands now long gone. The group grows quieter, not afraid, exactly, more attentive. A used place has meaning. It may signal a good shelter, nearby water, useful stone, or a route known by others. It may also signal competition, memory, or caution. In the Ice Age, people moved through landscapes already marked by other human lives. They were not the first to pass every ridge. They inherited paths, camps, stories, and sometimes warnings. Later excavations at Paleolithic sites would show that many places were used again and again over long stretches of time. Hearths were rebuilt. Tools were made in the same sheltered spots. Animal bones accumulated in layers. Certain caves, river terraces, and open-air camps became recurring points in seasonal movement. The land held memory not only in minds, but in repeated human traces. You watch an elder examine the broken point. The shape is slightly different from the tools in your group's bundles. The base is worked another way. The edges show another hand's habit. The elder turns it once, then places it back on the ground. Not casually, but with a small respect. It is not theirs to carry, perhaps. Or perhaps it is too broken to matter. Even so, the gesture feels deliberate. A tiny detail sits in the ash stain nearby. Burned stones, cracked from heat, lie among flakes. Some stones break when heated and cooled too quickly, leaving angular fragments that tell of old hearths. To a modern eye, it might look like nothing more than rubble. To someone who knows fire, it says people once sat here long enough to cook, warm, mend, and speak. The clue is not dramatic, but it matters. The younger travellers spread slightly, searching the ground. They do not dig deeply. The earth is frozen, and the day is for movement, not excavation. Still, they look. A place used before may hold something useful, a forgotten core, a piece of good stone, a bit of dry material caught under rock, but they also watch for signs of the recent occupation. Fresh ash would mean someone else may be near. Fresh bones might mean a kill site. Fresh footprints would change the day. No single explanation can cover how Ice Age groups treated old camps. One reading sees repeated sites as practical places chosen for shelter, water, raw materials, and animal movement. Another notices that return itself can become meaningful, a place where ancestors gathered, where stories were told, where people met other groups, may gain a kind of social weight. The evidence can show repetition, but not always the feeling attached to it. You step toward the rock wall and place your hand near the stone, not on any mark, just close enough to feel it's cold. Wind slides over the top and falls away. It is easy to understand why people stopped here. The shelter is modest, but in this climate, modest shelter is not modest at all. It is the difference between a fire that lives and a fire that fails, between a child sleeping and a child shivering, between a tool repaired and a tool abandoned. The group decides to pause. Bundles are lowered with soft thuds. Someone checks the sky. Someone scrapes snow from a flat stone. A small fire may be made if fuel can be spared, or perhaps embers are coaxed carefully from a carried coal. The old hearth place is inspected. If it is usable, the new fire may be placed near it, not because the old people are present, but because they already solved a practical problem. The best spot for a hearth often remains the best spot. As warmth begins to gather, you notice how the travellers fit themselves into the old place. A child sits where another child may once have sat. A toolmaker strikes stone where another toolmaker left flakes. A woman opens a food bundle near the same sheltered angle that once protected someone else's meal. The scene folds time gently, like hide being wrapped around a familiar object. It is tempting to imagine these earlier people as strangers, but in the Ice Age, strangers were not always distant. They might be kin through marriage, remembered trading partners, rivals, ancestors, or simply unknown travellers whose choices still helped the living. A flake left behind could become a message without words. Good stone here, shelter here, fire once possible here. You sit near the small fire and listen to the quiet talk. Someone mentions a route beyond the rocks. Another replies with a memory of deep snow there. An elder adds a warning about the river bend. The old camp becomes part of the conversation, not as a museum, but as evidence. People read it alongside wind, tracks, and hunger. The uncertainty survives because human traces can be both practical and symbolic at once. A cave may be shelter and sacred space. A hearth may be cooking place and gathering centre. A discarded tool may be trash, loss, offering, or simply too broken to carry. Archaeologists can identify patterns, materials, and dates, but intention often slips through the fingers like dry snow. After a short rest, the group prepares to move again. The fire is managed carefully. Nothing useful is left exposed. The broken point remains where it was found. Snow begins to drift lightly over the old flakes and the new footprints. For a little while, the place holds two layers of passage, those who came before, and those who are leaving now. You look back as the travellers climb away from the shelter. The rock wall shrinks behind you. The ash stain disappears into the pale ground in thousands of years. Perhaps someone will find both sets of traces mixed together and wonder who sat there, who repaired tools, who warmed their hands, who paused between one uncertain place and another. The Ice Age is not a blank wilderness. It is a landscape of remembered stops, old fires, repeated choices, and human presence laid down softly, one visit at a time. By the next evening, the air feels different. Not warm. Exactly. Warm would be far too generous. The cold still sits in your sleeves and pinches the skin around your eyes. Snow still covers the open ground, and ice still holds the river edges in hard white plates. But beneath the cold, something has shifted. A faint dampness rises from the earth where sunlight touched a dark patch of soil. Water ticks softly from a rock face. The world is still frozen, but it is no longer perfectly still. You walk with a group along a valley where the snow lies unevenly. On south-facing slopes, brown grass shows through in thin, tired streaks. In hollows, the winter remains deep. The people notice every difference. A thawed patch may mean grazing. Grazing may mean animals. Meltwater may mean a crossing will become dangerous. Soft ground may preserve tracks more clearly. Spring, if that is what this is beginning to be, is not simply nicer weather. It is a complicated message. Around 20,000 years ago, the great ice sheets were near their maximum reach in many regions. After that, over thousands of years, climates shifted and many glaciers began a long, uneven retreat. This was not a smooth melting like ice in a glass. It came in pulses, pauses, returns of cold, sudden changes, and regional differences. For the people living through it, the world did not announce. Congratulations, the Ice Age is ending. It changed one season at a time. Sometimes kindly, sometimes not. You stop beside a stream that didn't flow so strongly before. Water moves beneath a thin lid of ice, making a soft, hollow sound. A child crouches to look, and an adult gently pulls them back. Meltwater is beautiful, yes, but also rude and unpredictable. It weakens ice from below, swells rivers, loosens stones, and turns paths into mud. The same thaw that reveals food can also make travel risky. What can be said safely is that the end of the last glacial maximum transformed ecosystems. As temperatures shifted, plants expanded into new areas, forests returned in some regions, grasslands changed, and animal ranges moved. Human groups had to adjust routes, diets, shelters, and social networks. Survival was not only about enduring cold, it was also about adapting when the familiar cold began to loosen. The group follows animal tracks through a patch of wet snow. The prints are messy now, less crisp than winter tracks. Water has softened their edges. The tracker bends and studies them anyway. A thawing world does not become easier to read. It becomes different to read. Mud records detail snow may not, but water erases quickly. A hoofprint fills, a paw mark collapses, the land speaks, then mumbles. A quiet oddity of this changing time is that melting ice could reveal resources as well as dangers. Fresh stone might appear from eroding banks. Old bones could emerge from thawed ground. New plant shoots would return to places that had seemed dead all winter, but melt also exposed decay, unstable slopes, and crossings that failed without warning. Spring was less a gentle postcard and more a long negotiation with mud. You noticed the plants first by colour. Not green fields, not flowers everywhere. Nothing that cheerful yet. just a small, dull green at the base of a shrub, a damp moss patch, buds tight against a branch. The people pause over these signs with real attention. A season is not a date on a calendar here, it is a sequence of clues. Birds returning, snow crust changing, herds shifting, water rising, roots loosening. In modern life, spring might arrive through a weather app. Here, spring arrives under fingernails and boot soles. The evidence points in several directions when specialists ask how quickly people responded to post-glacial changes. Some communities may have followed familiar herds as they shifted north or uphill. Others may have stayed in favoured refuges longer, changing their diet and tool use gradually. Some may have explored newly opened landscapes as ice withdrew. The record is patchy because different places preserve different kinds of traces, and human choices were never all the same. At camp that night, the talk lingers on roots, not in hurried fear, but in careful thought. The valley ahead may open soon. The river may be unsafe for several days. Herds may move toward exposed grazing. A place that held fuel last year may now be wetter. A cave used in winter may be less useful if meltwater seeps inside. The map in everyone's mind has to update. And unfortunately, there is no polite little spinning icon to show when the update is complete. You sit beside the fire and listen to dripping water outside the shelter. It is a new sound, soft but persistent. Drip, pause, drip. It changes the feeling of night. Winter silence had weight. This sound has motion. You can imagine ice far away cracking, slopes loosening, rivers waking under their white covers. The animals feel it too. Reindeer or other herd animals may alter routes as snow softens and plants appear. Birds return to nesting places. Predators follow prey. Fish move in streams. Insects, after long absence, begin their quiet plans to annoy every living creature with blood. The world becomes fuller, but also less predictable. For humans, retreating ice could open new land. But new land is not automatically friendly. It may lack trees at first. Soil may be raw. Rivers may shift. Familiar animals may be absent. New plants may need new knowledge. A landscape without memory is harder to survive in. People may explore, but they must also learn, name, test, and teach. You walk the next morning across ground where yesterday's snow has collapsed into grainy crystals. Your boots sink, then slide. Someone laughs softly after nearly losing balance. Another person does not laugh because they're busy pretending they did not nearly do the same thing. The mood is lighter than during the storm, but the work is still serious. Wet clothing must be dried. Feet must be watched. Food must be found. A small stream crosses the path, newly freed. People step over it one by one. The water shines in the light, quick and cold. You look back and see footprints filling slowly behind you. The old winter road is vanishing. That is the strange tenderness of this moment. The Ice Age world you first entered seemed eternal, all snow, stone, smoke, and stars. But even ice has a history. Even glaciers move, grow, shrink, and leave. The people around you do not know the grand future. They only know the signs before them. More water, softer snow, changing herds, new routes. The fire at evening still matters. Clothing still matters. Shelter still matters. But the question is shifting. Not only how do you survive the cold, also how do you survive change itself? As the valley darkens, the camp settles near a slope where snowmelt runs in faint silver threads. The fire glows. Steam rises from damp boots. Someone places wet gloves near warmth. A child falls asleep to the sound of dripping ice. And outside, slowly, almost silently, the frozen world begins to move toward another age. The first bones appear near the edge of the thawing ground. not fresh bones, not the remains of last night's meal. These are older, weathered pale, half exposed where meltwater has cut through a low bank. One curved piece catches the morning light, another lies deeper in the soil, still held by frozen earth. The group pauses, not because the bones are shocking, but because they are useful, curious, and faintly unsettling. You step closer. The ground smells damp and mineral-rich, newly opened by thaw. Water moves in narrow threads around stones and dead grass. A bird calls from somewhere low along the valley. The air carries that spring-like mix of cold and wetness, as if winter is loosening its grip but still watching suspiciously from the ridge. Someone kneels beside the exposed bone. It is large. Too large for most animals the group has recently seen nearby. Perhaps mammoth. Perhaps another giant that once moved through this place. The elder studies it, then looks across the valley, where the land now holds shrubs, patches of grass, and softening snow. The question is quiet but heavy. Where did they go? You have felt the presence of mammoths throughout this journey, in shelter bones, carved ivory, stories, tracks, and imagination. But the world is changing. Some great animals are becoming less common in certain places. Others still survive elsewhere. The disappearance is not a single moment. It is a long fading, uneven across continents, species, and climates. The fossil record shows that many large Ice Age animals, including mammoths in many regions, woolly rhinoceroses, giant ground sloths, and other megafauna, declined or vanished around the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. The timing varied. Some populations disappeared earlier, others held on much longer in isolated places. Extinction was not one falling curtain. It was many lights going out at different times. The group does not know this grand pattern. Of course, they know local absence. Fewer tracks, different herds, old stories of animals seen more often in a parent's youth. A tusk found in a bank where no living mammoth has passed for many seasons. Human memory is not a scientific graph, but it notices loss. A small and surprising detail is that some mammoths survived on isolated Arctic islands thousands of years after they vanished from many mainland regions. On Wrangel Island, dwarf mammoths persisted until roughly 4,000 years ago, long after pyramids were rising in Egypt. That is one of those facts that makes history feel slightly mischievous. While humans were building early states, a few mammoths were still walking cold island ground, quietly refusing to leave the story on schedule. You watch as one person touches the old bone with gloved fingers. It is not food now, not fresh material, but it may still serve. Weathered bone can be gathered for fuel in some places, or used as raw material if sound enough. Ivory, if preserved, can be worked. Even the remains of a vanished animal can enter human life again, which is both practical and strangely tender. The mystery of megafaunal extinction refuses to settle into one neat answer. One explanation emphasizes climate change, as warming transformed grasslands, forests, wetlands, and migration routes. Another points to human hunting pressure, especially on slow-breeding large animals. Many specialists now consider combinations of climate stress, habitat change, human activity, disease, and local ecological shifts. The difficulty is that every region tells the story differently. You walk farther along the bank and see where meltwater has carried smaller fragments downhill. The sound of dripping surrounds you. The valley is waking, but it is also erasing. Bones crack, soil collapses, rivers move evidence from one place to another. The past becomes visible for a moment, then disappears again. The great animals themselves had shaped the world. Mammoths pushed through snow, knocked down shrubs as spread nutrients, and maintained open landscapes through grazing and movement. When large animals vanished, ecosystems changed, plants grew differently, predators lost prey. Humans adjusted diets and routes. Extinction is not only the absence of an animal, it is the rearranging of relationships around that absence. Near the exposed bones, a child asks a question. The elder answers slowly. Perhaps it is a story about the giant animals of earlier years. Perhaps it is a warning not to climb the unstable bank. Perhaps it is both, because good teaching is efficient like that. The child looks at the bone, then toward the open valley, trying to imagine a living body large enough to match it. You try too. You imagine the mammoth standing where water now runs, its coat dark and thick, tusks sweeping forward, breath steaming in the cold. You imagine its feet pressing into old snow, its trunk brushing aside ice crust, its herd moving slowly beyond the ridge. Then the image thins, the valley return, wet grass, broken bank, scattered bone, a bird call. Modern people often think of extinction as an event in a textbook, a word with a date beside it, but from inside the process, extinction may feel like scarcity first. Fewer sightings, longer searches, more failed hunts, stories replacing encounters, children knowing the animal through objects before they know it through tracks. A world does not announce that something is gone forever. It just stops offering it. This matters for survival. A group that relies on one animal must adapt when that animal declines. People may shift towards smaller game, fish, plants, birds, or new routes. Tools may change. Social networks may become more important. The loss of a large species can push humans to become more flexible. Not by choice exactly, but because hunger is a very persuasive instructor. The evidence from archaeological sites shows such flexibility in many regions. Human diets and technologies changed over time as climates warmed and animal communities shifted. Some groups continued hunting large animals where they remained. Others turned more heavily to deer, fish, shellfish, birds, small mammals, or plant foods. Survival didn't depend on one answer. It depended on changing the answer when the world changed the question. You stand quietly as the group decides what to do with the bones. Some pieces are left. A few smaller fragments may be taken. The bank is marked in memory. Perhaps they will return. Perhaps they will not. The valley itself is moving, thawing, becoming less like the old winter world and more like something uncertain. As evening approaches, the group camps near a patch of exposed grass. The fire burns low. Someone works a piece of old bone near the flames. Its surface glows warm in the light, no longer only a sign of loss, but also a material entering another human night. You look out beyond the fire, somewhere in the dark. Living herds continue to move, somewhere beneath the thawing ground. Older bones wait. Between them stands the human group, learning to survive not only the cold, but disappearance. The Ice Age giants do not vanish all at once. They fade into tools, stories, landscapes, and questions. And some of those questions are still with us. The next camp is made beside a stand of low trees. They are not tall trees, not the deep green forest of a warmer world, but they are trees all the same, bent, wind-shaped, stubborn. Their dark branches rise from patches of thawing ground, and their roots grip the soil near a stream that has begun to run more freely. After so much open plain, the place feels almost crowded. Twigs click in the wind. Meltwater whispers under ice. A bird moves among the branches and shakes loose a small fall of snow. The group stops here because the place offers several gifts at once. Shelter from wind, fuel, water, signs of animals, dry ground on a slight rise, enough brush for bedding and repair. No single feature makes it perfect, but survival rarely waits for perfect. It asks whether a place is good enough and whether people know how to make it better. You watch as the camp takes shape with practiced ease. Bundles open, poles are set, hides unfold. Children are given small tasks that are useful enough to matter and simple enough not to become disasters. Someone clears snow from a hearth spot. Someone else gathers dry twigs from beneath the shrubs, where branches have been protected from wet weather. The smell of wood returns to the air, faint and resinous. This changing landscape hints at a larger transformation. As climates warmed after the coldest phases of the Ice Age, trees and shrubs expanded into regions that had once been more open. Forest edges, wetlands, and mixed habitats created new opportunities and new problems. People who knew wide steppe country had to learn places with more cover, more plant variety, different animals, and different routes. The world was not simply becoming easier, it was becoming more complex. You sit near a woman who is sorting gathered plants. She lays them on a hide in little groups. Roots here, tender shoots there, bark strips to one side, a handful of seeds in a shallow container. The colours are muted, brown, green, pale yellow, but after the long white world, they seem almost bright. She smells one root, breaks another, discards a third. Knowledge lives in these small refusals. Eat this, save that. Do not bother with this one unless hunger has become rude. If you follow the food backward, it tells a story beyond hunting. Plant foods were part of human diets long before farming, though they often leave lighter traces than bones. Starch grains, charred seeds, grinding stones in some regions, plant residues, and wear on tools have helped reveal that ancient people gathered and processed a wide range of plants. The Ice Age table was not only meat. No matter how much mammoth art tries to dominate the menu, a stranger clue comes from teeth. Tiny particles trapped in dental calculus, the hardened plaque that can survive on ancient teeth. Sometimes preserve traces of plants, smoke, fibres, and other materials. It is not glamorous. No one wants to be remembered by their plaque, really. But it can become a tiny archive of diet and daily life. The mouth, inconvenient in life, becomes informative in death. The fire catches slowly, then steadies. The first smoke smells different from bone fuel or dried dung. It has the sharp sweetness of brushwood. People breathe it in without comment. The camp feels slightly less exposed among the trees. Shadows gather earlier here, though, and visibility is shorter. In open country, you can see animals and people from far away. Among shrubs and trees, the world hides itself more easily. This is where certainty thins out when we imagine how Ice Age people adapted to changing habitats. One careful interpretation sees the spread of mixed environments as an advantage, offering more diverse foods and materials. Another remains cautious, because forests can make herd hunting harder and travel less direct. More resources do not automatically mean simpler survival. A landscape with many options can also demand more knowledge. You walk with a young adult toward the stream. The banks are soft, and the mud holds prints beautifully, deer-like tracks. Perhaps smaller paws, bird marks. The water carries fragments of ice, tapping them gently against stones. A fish flickers in a shallow pool and disappears. The young adult smiles, just a little, not because a meal is guaranteed, but because the place is alive with possibilities. Possibility is tiring too. Each new food must be known, each new animal pattern learned, each new plant tested through memory passed down by people who noticed what nourished and what harmed. A warming world may open doors, but every door leads into another room full of questions. Back at the camp, a child brings a bundle of twigs and drops them triumphantly near the fire. Some are wet. An adult separates them without criticism, placing the dry ones closer to the hearth and the wet ones where they may dry. The child watches, learning that fuel is not just wood. It is timing, storage, dryness, thickness, and patience. Even a twig has a biography if you're cold enough to care. You notice tools being adjusted to the new place. A small blade trims branches. A scraper cleans bark. A point is checked for hunting in closer cover. Cordage is repaired. A container is patched for carrying water or gathered plants. Technology shifts with landscape. The same hands that made tools for open steppe can make tools for brush, river, and woodland edge. Adaptability is not a slogan here. It is the difference between eating and not eating. The traces are too incomplete for a single verdict on how every group experienced this transition. Some communities may have welcomed the return of trees and richer plant life. Others may have found that familiar herd routes broke apart, forcing harder choices. Some may have moved into newly opened lands. Others may have stayed close to known rivers, caves, or coasts. The human story branches like the shrubs around you. Many stems from one root. As evening comes, the low trees turn black against a violet sky. The firelight catches on wet bark. Steam rises from drying boots and gloves. Someone roasts a small piece of meat. Someone else warms roots near the coals. The smell is earthy and sweet, mixed with smoke. It is not a feast, but it is varied, and variety has its own comfort. You lie back on a hide and listen. The open plain had a wide silence. This place has a layered one. Water moving, twigs ticking, birds settling, someone breathing in sleep, fire shifting, farther away, perhaps, an animal stepping through brush. The world feels closer around you, less empty, more secretive. And you begin to understand that surviving the Ice Age was not only a matter of mastering one environment, it was learning how to keep changing as the world changed around you. Open steppe, frozen river, vanished coast, thawing valley, new trees, altered herds, unfamiliar plants. Each place asked a different question. Humans answered with memory, with tools, with stories, with taste, caution, laughter, and the willingness to learn again. The fire burns low among the little trees. Above them the stars remain cold and bright, but beneath them the ground is softening. The old world is not gone yet. The new one is already arriving. By the next night the camp is quiet enough for questions. The fire burns low among the small trees, and the thawing ground gives off a damp, earthy smell. Somewhere beyond the shelter line, water keeps moving under a skin of ice. You can hear it now and then, a soft shifting sound beneath the dark. The people around you are tired from travel. Bundles rest near the walls, boots dry near the coals. Children sleep in curled shapes under fur. You sit close to the elder, watching sparks rise and fade. After so many days in this Ice Age world, you've seen enough to understand a little. You've seen how people made warmth, shelter, clothing, tools, meals, music, roots, and memory. You have followed tracks, crossed rivers, walked vanished coasts, and watched old bones emerge from thawing ground. The world no longer feels like an empty frozen stage. It feels inhabited, skilled, complicated, and deeply human. And still, so much remains unknown. That may be the most honest part of the story. Science can recover astonishing things from bones, stones, pigments, pollen, charcoal, shells, and ancient DNA. It can measure climate shifts, trace migrations, identify species, date hearths, analyze tool marks, and reconstruct vanished environments. But it cannot recover everything. It cannot always tell you the name of the person who made a flute, or what a painted animal meant to the people who stood before it in darkness. The soil keeps only part of the answer. Organic materials decay. Coastlines sink beneath rising seas. Camps are disturbed by water, animals, roots, freezing, thawing, and time. A wooden tool may vanish completely while a stone flake remains. A song disappears unless an instrument survives. A story dies unless it leaves a mark in bone, pigment, or memory carried into later worlds. What remains visible is powerful, but incomplete. Archaeologists know that humans survived the last glacial maximum through flexibility, cooperation, technology, and deep environmental knowledge. Sites across Eurasia and other regions show fire use, shelter, hunting, gathering, symbolic expression, tool-making, ornaments, and long-distance movement of materials. Those are firm threads. The full fabric, though, has holes. You look around the shelter and notice all the things that would not last. The tone of a voice, the exact way one person comforts another, the joke that makes a child giggle into a fur blanket, the smell of tonight's food, the careful glance between two hunters deciding not to speak aloud, the elder's memory of a valley now changed by thaw. These are not small things to the people living them, but to archaeology, they're almost weightless. A curious clue comes from ancient DNA, which can show relationships between populations and even traces of encounters between different human groups. From DNA, scientists have learned that modern humans interbred with Neanderthals and Denisovans earlier in our story. Yet genes cannot tell us what those meetings felt like. A shared child, a tense exchange, a partnership, a conflict, a quiet campfire between people with different traditions. The molecule remembers ancestry, not mood. The uncertainty deepens when you think of language. These people speak, warn, teach, tease, sing, and remember. Their words shape every day. But the languages themselves are gone. No recording, no writing, no dictionary tucked under a mammoth bone for future convenience. Language may have carried maps, kinship, humour, ritual, and identity, but it leaves almost no direct trace from 20,000 years ago. That is rather inconsiderate of it, though understandable. You hear someone murmur in sleep. Another person shifts near the entrance. Firelight touches faces, then withdraws. Every face belongs to a mind full of meanings you cannot enter completely. This is the boundary of history. You can stand close. You can listen carefully. You can gather evidence. But some doors remain closed. The traces are too incomplete for one clean verdict on many of the biggest questions. Why did certain groups create cave art in deep darkness, while others left different kinds of marks? How exactly were social networks maintained over vast distances? How did people decide when to move, whom to marry, which stories to preserve, which places to return to? How much did spiritual belief shape survival? Which innovations spread through contact, and which were invented again and again by different hands? One careful interpretation sees Ice Age survival as a triumph of planning and ecological knowledge. Another emphasizes social bonds, storytelling, and shared identity. Another points to climate refuges, flexible diets, and the ability to shift between landscapes. The safest answer is not to choose only one. Humans survived because many strengths overlapped. Fire without cooperation would not be enough. Tools without teaching would fade. Knowledge without food would fail. Courage without caution would become very cold very quickly. You step outside for a moment. The night is clear. Stars cover the sky in bright, crowded fields. The small trees stand dark against the snow, far away. The open plain glows faintly under moonlight. Beneath your feet, older camps may lie hidden. Beneath lower lands, drowned coastlines hold lost evidence. In caves, painted animals remain. In bones, isotopes and DNA wait to be read. In stone flakes, hand movements survive without names. Science keeps asking questions of these remains, and each new method opens another small window. Radiocarbon dating, microscopic residue analysis, ancient proteins, dental calculus, sediment DNA, climate modelling, underwater survey. The tools of the present reach back into the cold. They do not solve everything, but they make the darkness less absolute. And maybe that is enough. You return to the fire and sit down again. The elder looks at you as if you have brought back the night on your shoulders. Perhaps you have. The flames are low now, mostly coals, red beneath a grey skin of ash. Someone adds a small piece of fuel, and the glow brightens. You realise that not understanding everything does not make these people less real. It makes them more real. They were not a puzzle designed for future scholars. They were living through their own weather, hunger, love, irritation, skill, and sleep. They did not know they would become evidence. They were simply trying to carry warmth into another morning. The mystery is not a failure. It is the space where respect belongs. So you sit quietly among them, in the dim red light, knowing that science can bring you wonderfully close, but not all the way. The Ice Age keeps some of its silence. The people keep some of their privacy. The past opens its hand, showing bone, stone, ash, pigment, and shell. Then it closes gently around the rest. Near the end of the journey, you return to the fire. Not the first fire, not the old camp beneath the storm, not the cave lamp, not the coastal flame that smelled faintly of salt. This is another fire, built in another place, beneath a sky that has watched every human generation, without ever feeling the need to explain itself. The coals glow red and steady. Thin smoke rises through the branches of low trees and drifts into the dark. Around you, the group has settled for the night. The day has been long, but not desperate. The thawing valley offered water, a little fuel, signs of animals, and enough dry ground to sleep. Food was not abundant, but it was shared. A child fell asleep before finishing a question. An elder wrapped a fur tighter around the shoulders. A hunter repaired a point by firelight. A woman tucked a small bead into a pouch, where it clicked softly against bone and shell. You sit with them and feel how much has changed since the first snowy evening. At first, this world seemed impossible. Too cold, too wide, too empty. A place where survival looked like a mystery wrapped in fur and frost. But now you have walked through its answers. Not one answer, but many. Fire, clothing, shelter, tools, food, memory, cooperation, music, art, movement, care, caution, curiosity. The human gift was not that people defeated the Ice Age. That would be too simple, and frankly, the Ice Age would object. The gift was that people learned to live with it, around it, through it, and sometimes because of it. The broad outline is clear enough. During the last glacial maximum, around 20,000 years ago, humans survived in harsh and varied environments across parts of Africa, Eurasia, Australia, and the Americas or near their early peopling routes, depending on region and timing. They used fire, tailored clothing, complex tools, seasonal movement, social networks, and flexible diets. They were not primitive shadows waiting for civilization. They were fully human people meeting difficult conditions with skill. You watch someone adjust a child's sleeping wrap. The movement is gentle, practiced, almost invisible. That may be the truest image of survival. Not the spear raised against a mammoth, though that has its place. Not the painted animal deep in the cave, though that has its beauty. But a hand making sure a child stays warm through the night. History often looks for grand gestures. Life is usually saved by smaller ones. There is a final, strange detail worth carrying with you. Some of the most powerful evidence of Ice Age humanity comes from things that are easy to overlook: a pierced shell, a worn tooth, a tiny bead, a burned seed, a child's handprint, a smudge of pigment, a flake of stone smaller than a fingernail. The vastness of prehistory often reaches us through objects that could rest quietly in your palm. The unanswered questions remain, and they should remain. No single theory fully explains every survival strategy, every migration, every symbolic act, every local adaptation, every disappearance of animals, every choice made around a fire. Some explanations lean toward climate and ecology, some toward technology, some toward social bonds and culture. The deeper truth is probably braided from all of them, like sinew twisted into cord. The fire cracks softly. You think of the cave animals as still running in darkness. You think of the wolves at the edge of camp, bright-eyed and uncertain. You think of the mammoth track filling with snow, the river speaking under ice, the coast that would one day drown, the bead travelling from hand to hand, the elder drawing a map that melted before morning. None of it is gone completely. It has become trace, story, question, and inheritance. The people around you do not know that one day humans will build cities, write books, cross oceans, map genomes, send machines beyond Earth, and still misplace their keys with impressive consistency. They do not need to know. Their task is here. Keep the fire, feed the child, repair the seam, watch the sky, remember the route, share what can be shared. You look at their faces in the low light. Tired faces, weathered faces, young faces still soft with sleep, old faces lined by winters. They are not symbols. They are not merely ancestors in a museum case. They are people living one night at a time, doing what humans have always done when the world is uncertain. They gather close. They make warmth. They tell stories. They continue outside the shelter. The thawing world murmurs in the dark. Water moves under ice. Branches tap softly together, somewhere far away. An animal calls once, then falls silent. Above everything, the stars remain bright and cold, scattered like sparks that never land. You breathe in smoke for damp earth and night air, and you understand, gently now, that the mystery of Ice Age survival is not only how humans endured such a world, it is how they remained human inside it. Now the fire settles lower. The last voices soften into breathing, and the camp becomes a small, warm shape beneath the wide ancient sky. Snow lies in pale folds beyond the shelter, but it no longer feels endless. It is only the night's quiet blanket, resting over valleys, stones, old footprints, and sleeping roots. You can let the journey fade now. The mammoths move farther into memory. The river continues beneath its thin ice. The cave walls hold their painted animals without needing anyone to look. The bead rests in its pouch. The elder's melted map lives on in younger minds. Somewhere beyond the dark, the first faint signs of another season wait patiently under the ground. The people sleep close to one another, wrapped in fur, smoke, and the steady comfort of shared warmth. Their tools are beside them. Their fire is banked. Their dreams, if you could see them, might be full of animals, roots, voices, and soft red light on stone. And Eustace, too, may rest. There is nothing more you need to follow tonight. No ridge to cross, no storm to watch, no track to read before dawn. The ancient camp has taken care of its fire, and the long cold world has grown quiet around it. Let the darkness become gentle. Let the snow fall without hurry. Let the last ember glow like a small red star, then soften and soften again. History can wait until morning. For now, the night's calm, the shelter is warm, and the story has carried you safely to the edge of sleep. Sweet dreams.